Hello, gamers! I equipped my socks. That was what was taking the stream so long to start, is that I fucking forgot where they were. So that's cool, I guess. Much love to Shark and Demon. Did I miss one more? I gotta scroll the fucking window. Dark Demon and 12, thank you all very much. Yeah, my gaming socks. My elite gaming socks. My programmer socks, even, if you will, and I will. Because I've been spending a hell of a lot more time programming than playing video games recently. So this is Parking Garage Rally Circuit. It's the hyperfixation of the week. My cameras didn't reset correctly, so please stand by. Let's see.
Easy money!
Thank you, Zed. One more. Okay, camera frame rate has returned. I guess if I look pallid as shit, I will bother to turn on the light back here. So this is the fixation of the week, and it's because it's a, like, highly polished time trial game, except for where it's not polished on purpose. And it makes me really happy. I should do, like, proper color edit for all of my fucking cars. That'll work. Yeah, we like the stripes. The Dark Souls of racing. Indeed! Truly it is! I think what took this game from, like, I'm really personally enjoying this and, like, thinking about it a lot when I try and decide what types of, like, driving games I want to make in the future. What took it from that to, like, a momentary design obsession was the fact that after a day or two of release, someone left a single negative review compared to, like, the 75 positive reviews, and the developer just opened it on their dev stream and read it out and went, yeah, that's fair. No, this game is probably really frustrating for people who are taking the leaderboards super, super seriously at the top level. I wonder how I should deal with that. Like, to what extent is my desire to keep my games, like, very physics-based and, fucking emergent gonna conflict with the desires for people to, like, keep the game more predictable and consistent? That's a horrible paraphrase, by the way. Don't, like, obviously don't attack anyone on the basis of my horrible paraphrase. It's all ska, by the way. I'm gonna be doing endurance today, mostly because I haven't done endurance for most courses or car combinations yet. So it's like a rally game in the sense that, like, it's about these tight layouts and, like, you are always one step away from death. But the handling model is kind of more like CTR. Except that this dev's prior project was, anybody remember Jellycar? And so, perhaps predictably, Horus have a very exciting and responsive suspension system that can cause you to, like, wipe the fuck out horribly on jumps or dips. And in addition, like, you're allowed to get a weird amount of grip on the wheels, even when, like, only one wheel is making contact with anything. So your ability to spin yourself is pretty present at all times. I'm actually braking at both the drop and the ramp here to try and make sure that I don't spin like crazy. It's got boost chaining. Every one of these little mini turbos increases your top speed, and that top speed increase doesn't reset until you run out of boost duration, which you can see in my, like, exhaust flames, and it pauses while you're drifting. Also, while you're at 0 time, it, like, kills your engine, but doesn't, like, stop you from coasting to where you're trying to go, or using the remainder of your boost. So I think that's pretty hot, personally. Endurance is not this game's main mode, but, like, I think it's, broadly speaking, less reset heavy than Time Trial, which is the big focus. But a lot of, like, Time Trials in this game are pretty short. Oh, come on, you can do it! You can do it! This is kind of an absurd amount of time to be coasting at 0. I think I got a lot better at this game since the last time I tried endurance mode, because I kind of didn't intuit that this was possible. Ah, shit. That was pretty cool. Oh! That's cool.
Easy money!
So that's rank 3 out of 125. That's pretty nice. Thank you very much, Chase. Does that actually show up as a rank? Nah, the progress overview only shows time trials, unfortunately. That's pretty hot. Yeah, time trial is where I imagine most of the competition for this game is. It's got a very nice system to it, where if I switch myself to race mode, what it does is after you meet the par time on a course, it will grab people that are close to you on the leaderboards. So, like, if I go try and find my time on Learning Garage Lite, I don't think it should be too far down. Yeah, I'm 41st here. And so you should expect to see, like, Mario Mason 95, who I've played with in multiplayer before, and Pisser in my ghosts. And you'll see it'll download those ghosts on the starting line here. And they simply arrive. Oh, shit.
Ready, set, go!
I put some pretty substantial time into this time because we were, like, competing for it a little bit in Ring Racers dev for a bit. The line you have to take here is... No!
Ready, set, go!
Yeah, so it's like that, right? Yeah, the game's got some physics on it. I think those physics are both, like, occasionally deeply frustrating and are, like, the bulk of what gives this game its mechanical character. And those things existing in tension is, like, really interesting to me. But yeah, putting you in a time trial context next to people who are like, holy fuck, how was I doing that before? I think I had one fewer boost change because I was taking the drop off instead of trying to, like, slide off. How was I doing it? What the fuck? The yellow there. I must need to slide, right? Shit, I was actually gonna play other courses, but now I'm just fucking grinding Learning Garage again. This happens so often. I swear I'll show off the other tracks soon. Oh my god, I need to do way more sideways.
Ready, set, go!
Because you figure Learning Garage Lite is the fucking course that, by its nature, is going to have the most times set for it. And also, most likely, some of the most competitive times. Because it's so early. All good.
Ready, set, go!
And yeah, when cars leave the ground, bad things happen to them.
Set, go!
Grind Rushmore for 3 hours. Rushmore is so fun. As soon as I realized you could go over the rocks with an Ultra Class, like, everything got weird. So long, yes sir. Woo! I'm fucking king of the world, baby! It's a good feeling, right? I think top 5% is the limit of what it will bracket you to until you are rank 5 or above. So it's hard to tell like how many scores have been set for this, but 27 feels like pretty substantial. So yeah, it's that kind of game in a lot of ways. But I'm going to mostly be setting endurance times because I have set very few endurance scores in this game generally, and I just kind of wanted to get a baseline for all of them. And because endurance is just, like, kind of conceptually neat, and I haven't spent a lot of time with it.
Ready, set, go!
I don't know whether cutting the off-road here is actually faster. There's a clip of, like, a developer run floating around that basically is the guy just admitting, I don't know which one is faster. Woo! But yeah, you can see me kind of slowing down on a lot of those dramatic altitude changes, because you will fly away. Ah, shit, I lost my chain. Alright, let's build it back up. Checkpoint. Ah, hold on.
Ready, set, go!
That's unfortunate. Yeah, normally it'll just like... Oh, shit. Yeah, that one's gone.
Ready, set, go!
Yeah, dude talking about his custom soft body physics engine and then going like, nope, we're not doing that ever again, by the way. Fuck it. Dude seems pretty cool. This is like Godot and Blender, by the way. So like, hey, please use like free tools that don't fuck up your life to make your video games. I have been having quite a lot of fun with this. I'm glad that I did my initial campaign progression off stream, so I could sit down and get to grips with the handling in a more substantial way. There's just 2 tiers of mini turbo. Also, when you're stacked up to a certain point, like, Hopefully it's obvious that, like, especially in endurance mode, maintaining a chain indefinitely is not always possible. So, like, choosing when to, like, ride out the extended speed of your boost rather than cutting it short to try and continue building up your chain is like kind of a vibes-based breakpoint that I don't fully understand yet. You see those bouncy landings? It's very fun. There's like... I think it's consistently cited as like the game's biggest and most frustrating flaw, but to me it is the thing that makes it function at all. Like, it is the core of the whole... Oh, we're fucked now. We're fucked now. Yeah, so no chance I'm holding a chain like that. I think it's character. I think you can play a lot of games that don't have this, so, like, let this one have this. Like, woo! Look at that! Fucking front wheels riding up. There's no damage model. Ferrari contract. I have played a little bit of the Blue Revolver Double Action beta. Not a ton yet. I ran into an issue where, like, background music cut out, and, like, that game's BGM is so fucking hot that, like, I consider that a class 1, like, fucking universe class bug. Yeah, see that, by the way? You totally can adjust your angle a little bit in the air. Once you've got enough of a chain built up, you do actually, like, have a pretty substantial speed increase just while drifting without even, like, having a mini-turbo active. I think it's pretty interesting. So now we're just going on an adventure. I think it's time to let it go. Top 10. Top 15% at top 10. Yeah, endurance is just considerably less played, huh? But I don't mind. I like spending a little bit more time with these courses, too. I definitely feel like I'm in kind of like the practice and get familiar with the game physics stage of things. Oops.
Ready, set, go!
Yeah, the M2 like gadgets presentation is super cool. And looking through the patch notes, I was like not a super player of Blue Revolver by any means, but the tone and nature of those changes certainly seems like Dunbo figured out like ways to make Blue Revolver more true to itself, which makes me pretty happy. Like, that's just a fun thing to be able to achieve as a developer. Can I get a yellow here and still stay straight? Bane preserved. Fuck! Oh. Yeah, that particular hall is kind of the one, huh? Oh, shit. Is it one of those games where optimal play ended up feeling perpendicular to what the game wanted to be? Not really so much that, I think. Little things like, I don't feel like the difficulty modes are, like, distinct enough. I don't feel like the lateral weapon choices do enough to justify their existence next to each other. I think some patterns have, like, kind of fiddly and annoying breaks that take you out of the mindset. Stuff like that. Oh yeah, if you get airtime while you're charging a drift, when you charge your next drift, no matter how far it is, like, temporally separated from that drift, you will start at whatever charge level you were at, like fractionally too. It'll preserve like partial charges. So sometimes you like get airtime while charging a blue, and then like drift 4 seconds later, forgetting that you like lost that blue, and it'll just fucking appear the instant you hit the drift button. Woo! Yeah, I wouldn't say that I'm pushing my handling super high right now. I think like my goal today is kind of just to set baseline scores for everything. The engine stall cometh. I heard the visuals were pretty divisive on this game. Are they? Really? I'm playing in quote-unquote PC port mode, by the way, which is the game's highest visual quality. Top 35%, no shit. If I do graphics profile quick setup to original hardware, you'll notice something very funny happens when I do that.
Ready, set, go!
Yeah, we just frame rate locked the game. Also, like, draw distance in. Thank you very much, Curzo. Yeah! But, like, there's something to the look, right? I like the pretty subtle scan lines in CRT Warp. They are very, very subdued, but I, like, actually do think they do some good things for it. You have, like, aspect ratio, draw distance, scaling. Oh, is this an integer scale? Nice. The full screen option is busted for me. For some reason, it doesn't work, so I just play the game in windowed. 1x or 2x resolution. No, I think we should do this for ring racers. I'm tired of fucking supporting 1200i. You get 1 or 2. Texture filtering on off, desync on off, scan lines, CRT warp, chromatic aberration. Let's see that aberration on strong, actually. That is pretty strong for me, at least. And you'll notice there is no toggle for vertex jitter or affine texture mapping. Those are non-negotiable options. That turn is like so much more fucked up than it looks. If you're taking it with any speed built up, like, your angle is actually pretty crazy. I like this gimmick, by the way. If you happen to use the unlockable, or the high gravity cheat, those trucks don't really do the thing that they're supposed to anymore. Which I think is pretty substantially funny. Also, I'm too afraid to release this right now. Oh shit, sideways. Keep going. By the way, I finally bought lossless scaling on Steam. Not because I'm one of those people who thinks like frame generation is important to what I play at all. Although, like, clearly there are some benefits to the technology, but because I just got really tired of like having to wrap advent calendar games in DG Voodoo to get them to change their window size. Are you involved with this game or no? I just play it. I did not work on this. This is substantially a solo dev effort. So go support that fucking guy if you think this looks cool. This is Parking Garage Rally Circuit. You can apply a little bit of air drag if you brake in the air, but the correct answer to taking that jump at speed is more substantially to just like brake on the way up the ramp. It's just a bunch of shit that should be in the GPU panel, except like instead of it being in the GPU panel, they're like capturing and rebroadcasting the window in another window that follows graphics rules. Like, it's just an OBS window capture made into a standalone application, but like with an eye towards like latency and like clean scaling options. Woo. See the way my front end just fucking popped up for a bit? Based on the Windows 95 era Saturn ports and include little graphic glitches like polygons having seams. I played Typing of the Dead for a fucking Discord VC the other day, and like, I think it should look like that exactly. I think it should look like that PC port, or like the Hydro Thunder PC port. By the way, wow, Hydro Thunder is so much less interesting when you're not playing it on a cabinet against another person. That realization kind of crushed me. I also got the chance to spend a little bit more time with H2 Overdrive, the like Raw Thrills spiritual the Raw Thrills spiritual successor to Hydro Thunder, and it's somehow even less interesting than that, which is a little frustrating. Game scope for Windows. Oh, is that some kind of fucking Linux desktop gaming thing going on where it just like puts shit into little graphical containers so they fucking behave? The Midway Raw Thrill Racers are kind of more roller coaster than Arcade Racer. Yeah, I went back to like Arctic Thunder, which I remember really enjoying when I was younger, and being like, wow, this has like zero handling mechanics of any kind, and it's a horse race for the entire time because there's no punishment for anything happening to you. Fuck, man.
Ready, set, go!
How do we feel about dithered transparency, by the way? Bray and I had a conversation about this, and Bray seems to think that it's like ahistoric for the era that this game is targeting. And I disagree, but upon reflection, I can't, like, name any games I remember that specifically did dithered transparency because I only started looking at the screen in video games a couple months ago, or something. I think it looks cool. Certainly, that's not in question to me. Was it common in the Saturn pipeline? That makes sense. Korskinik, by the way. This game is pretty light on content, I would say, but like, as a package, it feels like it is more than worth. And a lot of it is because, like, it takes the pretty limited available racing environments and gives you a lot to do inside of them. Also, like, we discuss this every once in a while in fucking Dev. The idea that Ring Racers is like a completely heinous outlier when it comes to the expectations of what should be in a racing game. Because we just have too many courses. We have so many courses that people fucking complain. The dithering is exaggerated here, but it was absolutely a thing. That is based. I will have to, like, pay some more attention to Saturn stuff. It was, like, prohibitively annoying to emulate until pretty recently, so I'm not really up to snuff on the system library, TBH. Saturn Doom has dithered specters. Oh, that sounds sick, actually. I always misread that section a little bit. Shit. Get me out of here. Just booted up. How'd you get third on learning garage endurance? I just, like, drove for a really long time with the engine dead. Sorry. It's kind of funny to me how much of the run probably relies on, like, your ability to take super tight speed preservation lines rather than ones that are themselves about speed. I always misread that too, because you see the wrong checkpoint first. Definitely, I think there are a couple spots in the game where readability is rough, and that can be hard in multiplayer if you're, like, playing with novices, especially. But because there are, like, 8 main tracks in the game, plus a handful of, like, G-code extras, you can kind of just learn the layouts. Like, it would be cool if it were improved, but it's kind of not that big of a deal to, like, the actual play experience. You acclimate pretty quickly. Oh shit, yeah, it's over. When you have a big-ass chain built up, as long as you can maintain it, you kind of get, like, annoying amounts of extra distance in the engine kill phase. Hey, it's Pisser again. Pisser returns.
Ready, set, go!
I think Chicago is, like, very transparently the most ridiculous layout in this game. Like, sure, you can look at the jump in Liberty Island that doesn't fucking work unless you slow down. Which is really not that out of spec for, like, course traversal elements in this game. But, like, the tightness of some of these inside spirals and, like, the low ceilings on the fucking section transfers are sort of fucking godless. And, like, this is a Ring Racer's counter-steering section. Look at the way you exit this. With this game's physics, I wish I could show you how easy it is to just wipe out there. You also need to be going at a certain speed to bust those barriers, so if you, like, train wreck and lose your chain in that tight-ass turn before the lap, well, sucks to be you, buddy. I think probably while I'm building up chain, I should still release my MPs for a little bit longer. Just to make sure that I can coast with some of the speed while I'm, like, re-entering the drift. God damn it. Yeah, the Chicago layout is just good fun. Are you still getting the speed while starting another drift? So, each time you mini-turbo before the last one runs out, you gain a slight increase to top speed, which affects your speed while you're mini-turboing a lot, and your speed while you're drifting a little. So I have to have a pretty substantial chain built up to look like I'm traveling quicker than normal while, like, not actively boosting, but it does matter. Did I keep it? Almost. But... you see where, like, if you want to drive a little bit more ambitiously rather than, like, I'm kind of trying to play safely because it's a longish run. You you see that, like, the things that people are gonna feel compelled to do in time trial in this game are, like, pretty substantially godless. Whoops. Oh yeah, you lose everything if you start a drift and then don't finish it with a fucking turbo or going airborne. So, like, that's a commitment, baby. This is actually play at 120 FPS or the menu's only that frame rate. I'm pretty sure this is HFR right now. Yeah, Steam is telling me 120, and it does feel that smooth. Granted, it's been a while since I played a 60 FPS locked game on this monitor, so maybe my eyes don't work, but I'm pretty sure this is 120. Keep it chain! As long as I don't stop boosting, I can outdrive my engine stalls. I get a little bit of time back from each checkpoint I cross, and that's enough to get back up to speed as long as I have the chain going, but that time I wasn't going fast enough to actually start a drift. I asked because Hotshot Racing would only make the menus at whatever frame rate, doing nothing besides making my GPU run hot. Yeah. I was disappointed with Hotshot Racing pretty substantially, and that kind of sucks, because, like, it seems like it had, like, a good amount of love and care put into it, but for a lot of arcade racers that either opt for, like, low detail, low poly, like, flat color stuff, or, like, the superscalar presentation, I feel like the way they're designed is not very well connected with, like, the actual things that made games of that type fun. And, like, to be clear, I am already starting from a place of horrible unfairness when it comes to, like, games that are emulating the superscalar look, because I don't actually think that any Outrun before 2 is that fun. I think Outrunners is cool, and sounds cool, and looks cool, and is, like, a good vibe, but the way that it plays is just not particularly interesting to me. The Crew 2 is 60 FPS locked. I will never understand why, either. But who knows. I played some Need for Speed Unbound recently, and I just could not get into the handling model at all. And the campaign structure was formulaic enough that I was kind of just skipping out on the cops after a while. Like, it had me in a chokehold once I cranked the difficulty up, because I made a couple bad decisions and maybe, like, struggling. Easy money! But after that point, always lurking. Thank you, Envy. I do appreciate that. I think I've got laundry waiting in the dryer, so I'll be right back. Where's the button? Alright, so are we doing this? Fucking 60-second review of Need for Speed Unbound. City is very, very pretty and well-constructed and well-rendered. Feels like a real city, but unfortunately that means that it's divided into, like, largely boring highway driving and largely boring grid without a lot of standout locations or, like, things that make it feel interesting to drive around in beyond, like, being really pretty. Handling model is deeply confusing. A lot of the way that grip driving is balanced is around the fact that you get a nitrous return, use it or lose it type, when you, like, execute a turn correctly without sliding. But when you get it and how much and what it even considers a turn is super fucking shoddy. And considering that grip turning was already faster than drifting, the fact that grip handling has an additional speed return benefit is, like, nonsensical to me and makes very little sense. Thank you for that. Appreciate you both. Story and theming is, like, I don't buy any of it. If we start getting into, like, how I want my representation to exist in AAA video games, we will be here all fucking day. But, like, I am not the only person who thinks that the writing in the game is inauthentic, and yet, at times, it is, like, charming and doing good things. It's just disappointingly rare. Cops are fucked up and evil, and not all that, like, actively engaging to fight. We've been here before. We're still trying to capture the lightning in the bottle of prior Need for Speed games. And the event tiering is actively obnoxious and feels like it punishes you for tuning your car by locking you out of large categories of prior events. And then if you go do those events, then you're stuck in a shittier car with high heat trying to outrun the police afterwards. And the fact that you can't retune for grip versus drift while you are, like, entering an event means that either you keep a car around specifically for drift events, which is impossible in the early game because they have you in a financial chokehold, or you just skip every drift and takeover event in the entire game, which is agonizing when they pay out so much, and they are a welcome change of pace from, like, some of the, like, largely uninteresting straight line racing. That was longer than a minute, I think, but there's my review. That was a lot of negatives, and, like, my experience while playing Unbound was not exclusively negative, but after something like 10 to 15 hours, I think I've kind of had my fill of it. That's kind of where I'm at. The career structure got repetitive fast, and the fact that car tiering keeps you to, like, a very narrow selection of events, and, like, the day-night split just kind of feels awkwardly positioned in the game's incentive structures. I don't know.
Ready, set, go!
Very complex. Oh shit, that was a tier 3. Thank you very much, Kurzov. I do appreciate that. I guess my gift notification doesn't have any mechanism of telling me when that happens. Maybe I should update it with the more annoying sound. We gotta bring back... Excuse me. We gotta bring back the 1420 Hz unclipped square wave from Dean Takahashi's Dark Souls 4. This fucking section of the course, I'm still trying to figure out how to preserve my speed on this no bridge jump. It is very confusing. Also, this fucking checkpoint is so narrowly placed inside. If you don't brake before this jump, you will start fucking tumbling. Also, like, the back walls in the snow valley here are constantly threatening to, like, swallow your back wheels before throwing your car into the air like a bored 8-year-old. Come on, time see I can answer racing-related questions. I've been having a good time with this. I don't know if I necessarily have too many questions. I think a lot of things are just going to be like, the routing is something I'll either figure out for myself or like progress in more populated time attack to the extent that I start seeing ghosts in front of me teach me the line that I need. And that's something that I really appreciate about this game's time attack structure, is that, like, by virtue of everybody's performance being fully public knowledge, you are taught the, like, skips and tech and hidden bullshit in a way that feels kind of, like... Organic is probably the wrong word to use for that, because it's very, like, intentional and deliberate. What it is it feels like it's paced appropriately, and, like, the strategies are presented to you without, like... Nice, there we go. I like that. The idea that you are required to use them, just that, like, this is what people are using at your leaderboard position to get ahead. Here's the information for you. Sounds like a bit, but I'm seriously wondering, how do you think this game would feel with Ring Racer's Triangle Dash? Depends on if it were guaranteed to land stable or not. Because you don't have any means of holding a drift boost in the air in this game. That's, by the way, if you don't manage your fucking takeoff, that's what happens. Introducing a means to instantly ground yourself from unwanted airtime would, like, significantly fight a lot of the handling skills that are, like, currently important to, like, going and staying fast and in control. I don't necessarily know that the result would be a worse game. It would likely be a more predictable one unless the force were so high that it was, like, going to regularly spring you off the course. Yeah, like that. Yeah, like, if it was well integrated with, like, the existing physics, the likely result is that you would just, like, fly away, and it would be super funny. Snowplow strat? Oof, this is rough. I'm not going to be able to climb that hill with a checkpoint. No chance. No shot. Hey, I beat the dev. By, like, 0.02 laps. And I'm sure if they weren't busy working on the game, they'd be able to crush that time again in a fucking second. I could probably crush my own time in a second. It's fun to see dev times on the leaderboard that aren't privileged in any way, though. He just fucking appears. Tyron, did you just secure your copy of Forza Horizon 4 before it gets delisted? Bray has a copy on the Microsoft Store. And as soon as we fucking figure out how to set up family sharing on that shit again, I kind of want to give it another shot with the wheel. This is exactly the kind of fucking stupid cheeseball ska that I'm here for, by the way. I really love Liberty Island. How's the volume balance, by the way? I intentionally gave this one a little bit more audio room than usual, because I actually really like the soundtrack. Like, it's goofy and stupid, but, like, they understood the assignment. Whoa! Nope.
Ready, set, go!
They ever say why they were delisting it? Woohoo! Okay. So, slow down a little. Car licensing, most likely. I guess it always is, huh? I have played a decent amount of Horizon 4. I think I finished most of the campaign. By which I mean, like, most of the showcases. And, like, a good amount of all of the, like, mini stories that I was actually interested in. Oh, It is chaining the last section of this course to, like, keep speed going into lap 2. Feels borderline impossible. That last little ramp into the inside section, that doesn't look like much, but it is like an Acme Spring. Oh shit. The trucker keychain. I really wanted to keep the chain and my fucking rear wheels just slid right off, but hey, got that quick boost though. I kind of wish there was a clearer way to see, like, what kind of a stack you have built up, rather than just, like, looking at your speedometer. Oh my god, help me. The Horizon games are weird to me because, like, I don't know that I know what the appeal is supposed to be. Like, what am I supposed to be doing in a Horizon game when, like, it has absolutely no opinions on, like, progression structure or evolving event complexity or, like, unlocks, and the online is just, like, very transparently a completely unfinished fucking mess, and Fives is the exact same as Fours but somehow less stable. Because a lot of the reason that I've been playing a ton of racing games recently is because I've realized that, like, I love my work on Ring Racers, and, like, God knows I put, like, probably about 50 to 60 hours of programming work into, like, one feature this week, which is almost done, thank God, and has required me to touch parts of the code base I have had no reason to even know existed until now. Good! Very good. And so, as I'm playing all these games recently, my aim has been like, okay, you spent a lot of time breathing out on Ring Racers, putting something into the world. Now you need to take stuff in from the world and recalibrate where your tastes even are, because you've been working on this weird insular project for freaks and weirdos for so long that, like, parts of your own tastes have become obscure to you. I love that little fucking ramp. Every time you talk about what's going on in our dev, it terrifies me in the best way. I would really love to be able to be super open about what we're cooking, but, like, historically that has caused nothing but problems for my colleagues. So out of respect for the operation we're running, I try to keep it pretty light on particulars. But I did talk about it a bit in the Discord the other day. And the big focus of, like, oh shit, I'm done. The big focus of 2.4 as a patch is not a content patch, but, like, mechanics fix-ups. Just, like, the sorts of things that you can only encounter after sitting with the game for a couple months and trying to play it against people who are, like, completely committed to winning no matter how unfun the strategy that they employ is. And dealing with the consequences of a game that, like, wants comebacks to feel plausible at any point, but also wants to consistently reward mastery, and squaring the circle between those two things as, like, I want every decision I make in the race to matter, but I also want every decision I make in the race to matter. If that makes any sense, as, like, a stupid, shitty little truism. So there's a couple different car classes. Heavy is a fair amount faster, and Ultra is freakishly, horrifyingly fast in ways that feel blatantly irresponsible to me. Love the Godot license plate, by the way. Oh. Okay, there are some crashes here and there. I think it's actually my first crash. The Metal Gear Solid noise was Special K, not the game. Don't worry about that. Ooh, that is some hot rendering lag. Look at that. Why is that happening? Okay. We made it. Thank you, Special K. Thank you for auto low latency mode.
Parking garage rally circuit.
So I guess I'll do some endurance on Heavy now. I missed Special K. It didn't go anywhere.
Ready, set, go!
I did talk about this briefly, but in my last session with GT... Oh shit. Your fucking radius is so much tighter here. In my last session with Gran Turismo, I was working on the last two pieces, good, of the Super License. And I was noticing that my wheel was, like, trying to violently shake itself out of my hands to the extent that I think it actually, like, caused me some wrist strain that I needed to step away from video games to recover from. And I lowered the force feedback by, like, 5%. And the entire phenomena of the wheel, like, rapidly oscillating and trying to kill me at high speeds completely went away without affecting any of the other force feedback at all. I think it might have just been, like, a cheap wheel feedback loop problem. Because, like, ultimately, I am not using good hardware. What the... Okay. I don't think I've ever had to respawn at that checkpoint before. Get out of the way! I am using a wheel that I think most, like, sim people would tell beginners, like, not to bother buying and just to play on pad until they get a Thrustmaster or something. But because it was free, solidly better than nothing. The fact that, like, if you get engine power for even a little bit from crossing a checkpoint, it's enough to take you a decent amount of the way to the next one, because Learning Garage's checkpoints are so, like, tightly spaced. And I think it makes endurance on this course extremely funny, provided you can keep up your chain. Now, of course, I've lost my chain, and getting it back at this speed is basically not possible, so hey, there you go. We're doing it! Whoa, wait a minute, I can still get an MT back. Ah! Flipping the back edge of the checkpoint and exiting like that might have been the way to do it. That's funny as fuck. I think Learning Garage Endurance might be a prank.
Ready, set, go!
could, perhaps. Yeah, like I was saying, I'm trying to figure out what the fuck I want in racing games recently. I don't think I want to make an anti-grav game. Possibly because Ring Racers feels like more of an anti-grav game than some actual anti-grav games that I've played. I think in terms of, like, trolling's truly psychotic speed, like... Oh, that's hot. Maybe I just try to go over. I wonder if you can do it on heavy. I like traffic. Sentence said by someone who has never, like, driven on the highway, by the way. I like traffic mechanically. I think they are my favorite parts of Outrun 2 and Going in Midnight, and that's why it's hard for me to, like, mechanically invest myself in time trial for those games. Because it feels like the removal of traffic takes away some pretty substantial pieces of the... There's something there, but I don't know. You got hidden talent, keep it hidden. I like games with the concept of grip that are not actually trying to be realistic. The idea that, like, when you slide, it is something that is a little bit more holistic than, like, you hit the button or button combination to enter slide mode. That it's an interaction of the same physics system governing, like, all of the other car interactions with the road. How come you like traffic and racers if exactly is it the extra challenge that adds to maneuvering your vehicle well? I think it just adds more interesting handling situations. I think, like, a lot of what draws me to things like kart racers is the idea that, like, in a lot of racing games, when you are playing well, the gameplay that you receive is very static. The idea that, like, playing far in front of other racers, cool, by the way, Shane still preserved. Playing far in front of other racers is, like, often the least interesting place to be because you're not really being presented with novel handling challenges. And traffic, despite being frustrating if implemented in certain ways, and, like, kind of inherently carrying with it the idea of, like, variance that competition players might find frustrating. Puts you into more varied situations, even when, like, opponents aren't actively putting pressure on you. Holy fuck, get me out of here. Alright, how much did you guys lose? What was the last thing that you heard? Only 3 seconds? Okay, cool. Ooh, you can kind of... Oh, but there's a checkpoint. Shit. That's a pretty substantial time loss. That's quite embarrassing. Ah, well. I'm setting times that are, like, basically only there to provide me with the ability to see ghosts. I just wanted to, like, establish a baseline for a lot of these. AJ, I forgot. Did you spend much time with Fast Beat Loop Racer? I'm like 1/3 of the way through hard mode. I go back to it every once in a while, but unfortunately for Fast Beat Loop Racer, it has insane, gigantic joystick dead zone, and you can't even cheat it out with, like, anti-dead zone curve adjustment stuff because the turning radius, like, starts at 30%. So it feels kind of janky to control, and even if I were to try and remove myself from that, it is very straightforwardly just worse Winged Midnight, and I have access to Winged Midnight, so in that way, it feels like it's competing in an unfair playing field almost. San Francisco's layout is so fucking perilous.
Set, go!
I've also been thinking about catch-up systems in, like, pure racers. Because, like, it's not really a secret at this point that a major focus of Ring Racers 2.4 is, like, rewarding strong early performances appropriately rather than people feeling like the, like, lowest variance way to do well is to, like, be in a position to use all the comeback mechanics at once on lap 3. And we have some very crystallized ideas for how to achieve that I think are, like, working quite well in dev. The race environment has changed a lot. The status quo is pretty substantially different now. But in racing games without something like the construct of an item, without, like, structured catch-up mechanics that are as explicit as, like, they can be tuned in the ways that we're choosing to tune them. How do you do catch-up that, like, feels similar? That feels like it doesn't throw away early performances, but, like, also doesn't make them, like, the de facto element that determines final placement. And I have some ideas for myself about that, but I think if I talk about them at length, they will be pretty revealing about what we have planned for Ring Racers. In terms of, like, mindset and overall strategy. I will say that it's not something I've heard anyone in the community talk about. Which surprises me because there are a lot of, like, straightforward, direct, like, functional, effective ideas for this sort of thing that I've seen passed around in the community. F1 DRS actually does a pretty good job of it, but only in the context of real-life racing and Formula Series cars. The fact that, like, racing receives mechanical balance adjustments in more ways than just, like, what you are allowed to bring onto the track is really interesting to me. Motorsport is so fucking cool, like, as a complete outsider who doesn't know fuck from shit. I play loads of rocket racing. I'm not a fan of catch-up because it speeds me up and ruins my rhythm of how my car handles. Yeah, that's something that we noticed on this game. This game has a catch-up on-off switch in the online multiplayer, which is no collide because netcode is hard, unfortunately. But god, can you imagine? Wouldn't that be fucking hilarious? I think the dev wants to work on local multiplayer with collision. Anyway, there's a catch-up switch, and we found that sometimes catch-up works great to keep people together and keep the pressure on frontrunners and make it feel, like, fun and exciting when people do, like, the ridiculous physics-based spiral wipeouts that this game induces when you're trying to push it hard. Versus, like, on some courses, catch-up makes catch-up impossible because your players who are struggling to, like, navigate course elements are getting sped up, and those course elements are becoming even more punishing and difficult to navigate. And I would say that's a problem that I have my eye on for Ring Racers as well. With, like, the most obvious insane offender being Garden Top. But to an extent, if you are already struggling to navigate the track effectively, all speed, even if it comes with corresponding handling increases to make it feel like you can attempt the same types of turns, is going to break people's mental model of how the handling responds, and it, like, has the potential to inhibit learning. there are a lot of types of gamer frustration that I don't put much like thought or stock into, because I think they have to do with externalities about like the mindset you bring into a game, rather than like any substantial interaction with that game. Oh shit, get out of the way. But I am really sensitive to the idea that like some of the most potent frustration in video games comes from the feeling that like you cannot put your faith in the mechanics because they seem to respond inconsistently. And that is why I am so keenly tuned into the way people are responding to Parking Garage Rally Circuit right now. It's like, alright. So what's going on with other stuff in the genre that I've now dipped my toes into? How does player perception work in that regard? Woo! We're alive. This is kind of what I meant on Discord about this being like a secret design rant. And this seems like, not to get super direct, but something about the rhythm of the way this game, like, looks to watch. You guys can tell me if I'm capping for this, but it has that Subway Surfers quality to it, right? Existing as, like, pleasing, rhythmic, pattern recognition, visual stim. You know what I mean? It's something that keeps those pieces of the brain engaged. I'm just gonna start putting on like baby sensory videos in the corner of all my streams where I talk about design. Oh shit, that's the end for me. There's no way I can navigate the spiral at this speed. Hey! Hey Crocs, where are you? Come get some. Come fucking get some. That's fun. That's really good seeing names I recognize on the leaderboard. That's a good feeling. Now, if only I had a overview for Endurance. Actually, I wonder... I feel like I've opened like 2 different suggestion tickets in the fucking Wildbear Discord already, and I feel like kind of a jackass for like opening a 3rd. But, what is this screen called? Progress overview mode for endurance leaderboards. This mode fucking rocks. Please let me fixate on it to an unhealthy degree. Feedback. Host. You know, it's a good way to completely scramble your thoughts about consistency and dynamism in games forever. Try and learn to clear battle correct. I had a really long conversation with Ebe, fucking one half of System Erasure, on the like design of Zero Ranger's scoring systems in White Vanilla as opposed to Green Orange, and the ways that like top level scoring play can push players to do things that move away from beautiful play as like the limits of your design intent are reached. How like in a lot of ways it feels more elegant to have a game that can be like human maxed in a way that is fun, rather than a game where the maximum theoretical score is like not humanly achievable in terms of like human variance, and having people chasing that more and more by just looking to like luck sack their variance or get like some subframe trick or single pixel alignment, fucking advancing 0.001% of their score. Like it's kind of fucked up in that way that like these games that are built for like boundless mastery, which we agree is like a beautiful thing and something worth striving for, can push the players who are most invested in them into like patterns of play that are punishing and unfun. It's something that's like been weighing on my mind a bit.
Ready, set, go!
I do wonder about turn callouts, but I do feel like a couple of like straightforward forward reading issues could potentially be addressed more directly with like a little bit of resculpting of the space, but also that like any collision change to a map potentially breaks leaderboards. So in that way, for a game that is time trial focused, doing things to like, hey, I want to soften the physics in this particular way, I want to like remove this particular strategy, etc., etc., involves like erasing a lot of people's work. And establishing a culture of doing that too often can result in like players feeling kind of unwilling to invest their like emotional energy into the outcomes. Hot! Excellent. We live in. Like the turns after that downhill there, that's very straightforwardly like when you're in the dark, you see the checkpoint on the left before you see the yellow signs directing you to go right, and the checkpoint on the right. And that's tough. So like the most straightforward thing you can think to do in that situation is remove sight of the left side checkpoint until you're at the point where you need to be like aiming to hit it. This blows, by the way. Do we know what Godot variant this is? I'm not actually sure what question that is. I know the dev has said this is GDScript, not C#. So if you needed another notch for like GDScript can obviously make polished commercial video games, fucking there you go. Push the agenda. Yeah, I think that's a better way to route that, where you just straight up opt for the right-hand turn and just believe that the outward drift will get you. Wondering if 3.x or 4.x. Good question. No. This, yeah. Dang. Alright. We move up in the world slowly and slowly. And so Garega pushes you into weird and terrible patterns just to survive, and that's why it's peak. Video games that are frustrating are fucking cool. Frustration indicates that you are invested in the outcome. You know what's worse than frustration by a long shot? Boredom. Boredom is what sets in when we believe we don't have any control over the outcomes that we're being presented with. You start to fucking lose the ability to care. Frustration is when you, like, believe something unfair is being asked of you. Boredom is when nothing is being asked of you at all. Or, like, the perception of either thing.
Ready, set, go!
Frustration is an emotion that, like an interactive medium, is weirdly well positioned to, like, explore in a way that is emotionally safe and cathartic. I will confess that I am a little bit frustrated with myself for the way that I treated Bennett Potty's Getting Over It when I played it on stream. I think in large part, like, some of the expected reaction to that game was going to be like shithead streamers getting angry at things. And I do definitely have, like, a pretty complex emotional relationship with things like, getting jump scared by a shit ton of bats while climbing the edge of a cliff. Like, very designed to jump scare with the scream and everything. But I think in the aftermath of it, I had that boredom set in where I kind of, like... Something about the communication between me and, like, the feedback of the physics broke down, and I was no longer able to believe that I had a reliable way to influence certain jumps. If you played that game and you remember, like, the anvil jump, that was the one where it was just like, I would make what felt like the same motion with my mouse 100 times and get 100 different results. And that was... I was left kind of crestfallen. Jesus Christ, by the way. Holy fuck. Because my hope for the game that it was going to be like an emotionally taxing exploration of, like, my ability to keep myself motivated and invested as, like, I experience setbacks and hardship and get to explore my relationship with that as I, like, grapple with mechanics that I find mechanically interesting. And my experiences with stuff like Anvil Jump broke that for me, where I was no longer really able to give myself fully over to the mechanics and to, like, meet them on their own terms. And the result is that the rest of my experience with the game bored the shit out of me. Because I wasn't able to, like... There are no emotional stakes to the outcome if I don't believe that I control the outcome. And I think in the aftermath of that, I, like, said some things that were kind of shitty. Because, like... In retrospect, I have a lot of respect for the existence of Getting Over It, and for the, like... Is it too highfalutin to say the vision? I don't know if Bennett Foddy would necessarily disagree with any characterization of them as, like, an art guy. And so, like, letting communication break down and then, like, refusing to introspect about that and then getting shitty about it. Oh, rank 1, that's cool. Nice! That's something that I kind of have a little bit of a wince deep in my heart for. Because obviously, like, looking back at the way the game is played by speedrunners, like, the game is deterministic enough. I was not being asked to do something that is outside of, like, the variance of human, like, motor skills. The things that I was being asked to do were very obviously possible and consistent, to some at least. And so my inability to reach that, and my, like, disinclination towards, like, continuing to explore why that might have been, is a regret that I carry with myself. I still don't think I ever want to play it again. But I do think about it. Losing a chain like that because you hit the brakes just a little bit too much. Because it is so fucking scary to take any of these jumps without, like, heavy braking. Did you play any of the other funny Rage games that came in its wake? I think Getting Over It is interesting because, like, the creator of the game very straightforwardly tells you what it is about as you are playing it. And having had some time to take that in is, like, the primary reason I was inclined to, like, take a second look at my experience and go, why did I think the things that I did about this, like, obviously genuine and deeply felt creative work? So I guess with that context, the answer is depends on the Rage game. I certainly don't want to be frustrated all of the time. That's like... my expectation is that that's a pretty uncontroversial desire. Considering some of the reactions I've seen, maybe you made the next funny Rage game. I am always careful to, like... surely you guys around here, who are, like, for the most part my allies in this regard, have noticed that I am pretty reluctant to engage with negative Ring Racers feedback directly. Even the stuff that, like, gives me a lot to think about personally. I know. But I think about this stuff, man. You give me a fucking, like, satisfying psychomotor task with, like, some cool ska, and then, like, the mental headroom to, like, reverse about, like, the types of things I've been thinking about recently. Like, I spent probably 40 to 60 hours on fucking Ring Racers programming this week, just because there is one do-or-die feature that I want to make sure gets into 2.4, and I am the only person in, like, the correct position to do it. So, of course, nice, by the way, I'm thinking about Ring Racers, you know? And it's always challenging to, like... I think it was Patricia Taxon that, like, phrased it as, like, if you get, like, just some fucking vague emotional lash-out directed at the game, something that doesn't, like, visibly have object-level grounding attached to it, you can't tell whether that's, like, I'm deeply invested in this, and because of that I'm frustrated by the way it's made, or your mom gay. So, like, whether it was even fucking put into the world for you to interpret seriously is, like, already in question. But then, like, even if it passes the first gate of, like, does this exist in the world for me to interpret? You have the second gate of, like, am I meant to treat this as a problem that it is my responsibility to solve? Like, I think a lot of people bring shitty mindsets to the things that they play. And, like, while I have a desire to interact with those mindsets, to soften them, and to, like, mold them into something that makes people more capable of, like, appreciating the things they enjoy and, like, finding value in the things that they dislike, at the end of the day, if someone is approaching a creative work with the foundational intent to feel smarter than the people who made it, like, to what extent is it your responsibility as the author of that work that you were not able to convince someone to meet you on your level, right? I'm trying to be like... I'm speaking in generalities here, and, like, hopefully it's obvious why, because, like, I don't want to, like, lump any particular type or piece of feedback into a box that it doesn't belong in, you know?
Ready, set, go!
I'm not even necessarily approaching the work to feel smarter than people who made it, and this is only one kind of, like, shitty gamer mindset that I've encountered. But, like, something about the work asks something of you that you feel is unfair or that you don't understand. And in search for, like, why does this make me feel bad? The unspoken assumption is that there is singular blame for the feeling, and the blame rests with the people who created the thing, right? Where it's like, those are two really big assumptions about the emotion that you're experiencing. And of course, like, as someone who is at least in part aiming to make a thing that is, like, enjoyed by people who are capable of enjoying it, like, the things that I do to Ring Racers, I largely do for me, under the assumption that there are more people like me in the world who would appreciate it if there were things that were made for them, you know? I still have a desire to meet people on their level. I will, like, occasionally do things that make the game marginally worse for me if I feel that they make the game, like, significantly better for people who are, like, potentially within target audience for whom there is, like, something to be appreciated there, even if the mindset they approach it with is, like, quite unlike mine. But you are inevitably drawing a, like, value-based line somewhere. Like, for the most obviously absurd thing, it's like, hey, I really love the visual style and presentation of Ring Racers, but I'm not motivated by racing games at all. I think you guys should turn this game into a hockey simulator. Like, there is no means by which you can engage with that other than, sorry. And most, like, holy shit. Most complaints are neither purely hockey simulator, nor, like, please fix that one specific slope launch on Sub-Zero Peak where you go over the boost pad on the downhill spiral. Most pieces of critical feedback reside between those two extremes, and so you have to decide where your cutoff point is. And that's an emotional challenge that is made more difficult when the intentions and brain state of the person whose feedback you're interpreting are either, like, shrouded in a dense fog or, like, visibly hostile. where it's like, you cannot possibly believe that, like, insulting the people who made the thing... Holy shit, I kept the chain, by the way. I'm about to lose it, but I kept it. You cannot possibly believe that insulting the people who made the thing is, like, your best or even a good strategy for affecting change in the thing. So my assumption is that you do not want to affect change in the thing, and therefore I will ignore your feedback. Trying to find the kernel of truth in every "your mom gay" is exhausting. Nobody has time for that shit. Oh shit. I'm alive! I'm alive! Holy shit! Man, this game is fucking fun. Yeah, the parts of Ring Racer's reception that, like, tried to invent reasons we built the game that we built was definitely the most, like, confusing part of it. That was the realization that we built something that is way more polarizing than, like, I personally had ever expected. That, like, for every person like me who really appreciated what we built, there was some, like, integer number of people who were offended by the idea that, like, who are unable to consider the idea that I built things because I authentically enjoy them. Also, like, don't accuse teams of being a singular person. Like, maybe this is atypical for game development, but surely it's less typical for indie game development, right? We don't have, like, a directorial role. There is no single person's vision that made Ring Racers. There are a bunch of people working on things that emotionally resonate with them. And we talk with each other and decide when those things can work well together. But sometimes we don't. Sometimes things just happen. Nice. So, like, I can tell you, for instance, that, like, the Ring Racer special stages are very intentionally designed to put the player, like, on edge, to do things that are unconventional, to confuse and sometimes frustrate them. They are meant to be, like, the emotional tone that was targeted was very about, like, subverting player expectations and making them feel like they're in a place that doesn't follow normal rules, that isn't meant for them to, like, be inhabiting. But that's not any of the work that I did on them. I did features that, like, made them more predictable, less frustrating. I did the music and brought an emotional color to them that was, like, I think not necessarily specified in what we were looking for, but became a part of it, like, sort of organically. Like, this is what I think of when I think of these types of spaces. This is the emotional state that I'm in when I, like, ponder the idea of what needs to go here. Anyway, let me fucking have the game resolution to increase the fucking vertex and precision. And so the idea that people are, like, comfortable speaking on, like, Kart Crew thinks X, Kart Crew believes X, Kart Crew did this because X. Like, probably one person did the feature you were looking at, man. Absolutely zero playtesting from non-devs. That is the funniest one to me. Oh, this is a time trial. Oops. That's not endurance. Like, I had to go through, we kept Frey as a very, like, I had to share very little information or early playtesting with Frey, because when it came down to tune the single player, Frey like visibly struggled with every aspect of the game. Frey in a lot of ways is like, they represent an important cross-section of our target audience, being the player who is like emotionally motivated to improve but distracted and struggles a lot. And so like large portions of single player tuning were me putting ring racers up on our fucking TV and pointing the iPad camera at the TV from the couch and having all of dev just watch what happens when someone tried to interact with 2.0 bots. Or like pre-2.0 bots and dev bots. And they got substantially weaker on that basis. Gear 1 got more predictable on that basis. Fucking... The fact that we then needed to tune down the difficulty several times came as a surprise because, like, people who were already playing in a way that was, like, no offense to Frey, this isn't a moral judgment, but demonstrated a, like, set of clear weaknesses with regards to their ability to engage with the mechanics. We felt like we accounted for that, and then realized that we didn't account for that on the scale or to the extent that people expected. Like, people wanted Mario Kart 50cc, and we very intentionally did not provide, and then went, oh, fuck. A lot of really loud, really angry people wanted Mario Kart 50cc. And the result is that in the current release of Ring Racers, you can S-rank the first cup without the drift button on the harder difficulty. That tuning frustrates me. I think there are systems that aren't doing their job in that way. A lot of the initial patchwork was just like very straightforwardly reactionary. It's okay. Despite testing with like people's elderly family, 100% real by the way. We failed to anticipate how drastic the gap between like people's ability to like control the game and people's expectations of how well they are controlling the game. Like the extent to which those don't match. What do we do? Oh shit. That was really strange. I think my fucking gamepad freaked out for a second.
Ready, set, go!
Yeah, now when we talked about, like, getting people's grandparents, people just, like, very straightforwardly accused us of lying. Which is, like, that's not anything. You can't prove it, and I can't disprove it. What? So obviously there were some aspects of that were emotionally challenging. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and complain that, like, seeing some of the most, like, ridiculous drive-by shittiness towards people who made a free video game did not, like, affect my mental during the, like, initial round of patches. And that it still doesn't, like, kind of shape my desire to work on the game and the direction and the extent to which my work is going to be, like, directed. And so I get to deal with this simultaneous, like, impression that, like, a lot of these people, if they had any intent of, like, affecting positive change in something they care about, they would not have, like, approached the framing of critique in the way that they did. It's a bunch of your mom gays, and so it can be safely ignored. But at the same time, knowing for certain that there are elements of Ring Racers, that there are elements of appeal to the game that has nothing to do with, like, the game mechanics that you interact with, and wanting to preserve that for people who feel frustrated by, like, thinking they were in target audience and having fallen out of it. as long as such a thing can be done without compromising on the things that we personally, authentically enjoy about the game that we made. But that's like way too much nuance for this conversation, right? Probably the like correct argumentative strategy is to just like call gamers entitled man-children. But unfortunately, when people spend a bunch of time putting something out into the world, they care about it. Oh no! And yeah, of course my hope is that it's a minority. Usually, like, the loudest people are. Fucking... I will share that, like, in the aftermath of Ring Racers, when I was feeling pretty low about, like, maybe there are fewer people like me than I thought out there. Maybe maybe my tastes are more insular than I thought. Maybe, like, do I know who I'm trying to reach? You know, those sorts of thoughts. That in the aftermath of that, fucking Rabbit and Steel came out and sold 100,000 copies to a bunch of gay internet fox girls. And in the midst of the reception to that game, which was like very unambiguously everyone that I know agreeing that that game fucking slaps, except for like Nizaka, but Nizaka doesn't fucking like anything, including the things that they like, so sorry, love you, Night. And then going to the Steam discussion boards for Rabbit and Steel and seeing a 15-page thread of people asking for a change to the game that I thought would make it worse, and behaving as if that change were straightforward common sense, genre expectations, an accessibility issue, all sorts of those things, right? And then for the developer of that game to go, I think your change makes the game worse. If you would like the rewards you receive from succeeding, here are instructions about how to edit your save file. Having gotten that out of the way, I will now explain why I think your change is a bad idea, and approaching it on good faith, and, like, one of the very first replies is, this dev is a fucking moron, we'll never buy anything from them ever again. And it's like, oh! This can happen to objectively good things? So, don't treat the loudest and shittiest fucking section of critique that you receive as indicative of anything other than the fact that you made a video game and released it onto the internet. Right? Like, that's the fucking teachable moment from there. Realizing that if Minodev treated that fucking section of loud and, like, passionately argued fucking complaints with seriousness, it would have made the game worse for me. And I would have been frustrated by it. And I do feel some type of way about, like, just in general, I have always felt strange about the, like, gap between I think your intention or your execution doesn't land for me versus I think you should try to do something else. People would enjoy this more if it was a different thing. So you should make it a different thing. Like, these experiences are turning me into, like, the annoying games as art person, affectionate. Because, like, we cannot treat things that people put into the world, like their value is proportional to how many people enjoy them. I think it's over. Nice. Dang, 10.3. That's scary. That'll be fun to race against. Also, of the pretty scant negative reviews on this game, because I'm like kind of interested in its reception as something that is like trying to be very narrowly focused and like obviously is pretty attached to like the high volatility and high punishment imposed by the physics model. Of the three negative reviews, the most useless one by far, the 0.1 hours insta-refund needlessly mean guy, has a Sonic profile picture on Steam. I'm just gonna let that one sit.
Ready, set, go!
Also, obviously don't harass anyone. Like, there's no point. It's not the right thing to do, but also there's no fucking reason. Oh shit. That slope is the funniest.
Ready, set, go!
It's like, unless you have a really, really long boost built up there, you kind of want to, like, sneak a yellow or something. Oh, shit.
Ready, set, go!
I'm not sure whether it was that slope or the slope after the downhill back indoors. Woo! Raise the top of the checkpoint, baby! Ultra is genuinely quite difficult to control. It's very exciting. Oh shit. Did I keep the chain? Oh shit, I think I might have. Ah, I hit it again! Ah, that road's so sick! Oh fuck, I'm dead. I will forge a new path. We're alive. This game is so good. I'm having so much fun with this, genuinely. Yeah, I would kind of like continuous attack music. I'm sure it's been fucking suggested already. You see the way that my spinning wheels made contact with the fucking right wall there, and like had enough grip on the side of the fucking tire to change the way that I fell. I don't ever want to accuse somebody who's, like, responding to a work that they don't feel the way that they say they feel. Because number one, like, who the fuck are you to say that? But also, like, number two, even if you're right, what the fuck is that meant to do, right? Like, what do we learn from just assuming that someone is being dishonest? How does it benefit our understanding of, like, ourselves and of creative work? I think that upward slope might be where this goes to die. Oh, shit. The engine stall phase is fascinating to me. Like, think about the choice to do this. Like, not just to have, like, leniency time for this, but to have this amount of leniency time. I don't want to ever accuse anybody of not feeling the way that they say they feel. The thing that I take issue with is very specifically the direct assumption, great name by the way, that because you feel this way when encountering the work, it is entirely on the work. Like, that feeling comes entirely from outside rather than inside. I will be right back. Where's the button? It were just like, this thing that bothers me surely has appeal to this group of player or for this reason, but for me, the cost benefit sucks, it comes out negative, and my experience feels like it is lessened. If it were ever that, it would be so much easier to take in feedback. But people stop at my experience became bad and then invent the first reason that seems plausible and then don't interrogate it at all. That was very straightforwardly a controller dropout. Are you dying, you little piece of shit? Do you suck dicks? My review of the 8BitDo Wireless Ultimate, it did that. And then also, something about the trigger assembly is poorly constructed and is either wearing down or being pushed out of alignment so that the triggers lose range over time, which is frustrating considering this is a Hall effect device. I knew I had a micro USB on my desk for something.
Ready, set, go!
This shit doesn't have back paddles, but luckily I don't need them for this game. But goddamn, dude. The controller situation's getting weird. Like, people are doing literal $20 controllers with Hall effect sticks and triggers. First parties are just not interested. Like, I don't even think that, like, 8-Bit Do makes, like, bad controllers habitually. I think their involvement in the Analog Pocket basically, like, single-handedly ruined it. The fucking worst D-pad I've ever used in my entire life, and it's not close. Like, based on the ability of other things to recognize your, like, the intent of the movement that you make, it is, like, pretty straightforwardly a failed and flawed design. But, like, they're $20, like, fucking, the C-Series controllers. Those things are not bad, you know? Like, for price range, you can get a lot of good shit in the Chinese input device space. And also, like, somehow 8-Bit Do's product line is, like, harder to understand than, like, the Xbox currently. It's like, we really went, like, oh, Nintendo, like, launched a console that failed literally because it was named the Wii U, and people didn't understand whether it was an add-on for the Wii or not. And then you decide that, like, your objective with your series of consoles, Xbox One X. And then somehow, ooh, this is a pretty rough run. 8-Bit Do is, like, eclipsing that in terms of, like, non-overlapping feature sets with confusing names. Like, the Ultimate, or, like, the version of the Ultimate that I have, why was the only version that had Hall effect the version with fucking Switch connectivity? What? That is fucking nonsense. Fucking buy a DualSense for $200 quadrillion, and then you have to buy $20 replacement stick boxes, which is, like, still better than what a lot of companies are doing. But they're just using bad parts. Ow. Huh. Yeah, I guess Endurance must just be really underplayed, because I don't really feel like I'm playing particularly well in these runs.
Set. Go.
Maybe it can be my niche. I'm having fun. I have always liked longer runs. It's why, like, when I was speedrunning SRB2 Kart for a while, I was much more interested in the, like, full game category than time trial. Give me those safety straps, baby. I'm ready. Ooh, yeah, just take flight there and then go straight into the rightward drift. This is a cool fucking course gimmick, by the way, right? I think it's neat. Given, like, the relatively simple visuals of this game, I was pleasantly surprised here. I really gotta clean up that fucking turn now. It's kind of tough to, like, actually see where your exit is. Woohoo! Wow, that was a pretty impressive spin. Incredible observation. I know, I was the first to point that out. And you know what? I'll bet I'm the only person who pointed it out in fucking Ring Racer's Lost Colony. I bet I'm the only person who ever observed that. Wanting to release a fucking drift there and just, like,
being cursed with vertical lift. I do wonder about gyro. The extent to which it hasn't taken off suggests to me that there is something about, like, its likelihood of adoption that I just don't understand, that might just be like, we like the familiar control scheme. Because it is maddeningly rare that I see, like, career Game 5 players talk about it like it is, like, even remotely relevant to the space. I guess that's because a lot of people who are, like, highly invested in their fucking aiming performance on controllers are, like, playing games that don't have, like, straightforward gyro support. But, like, it's really good. Makes your aim better if you use it even slightly correctly. Does it make your aim like mouse and keyboard? Probably not, but, like, it's a step up. Flick stick in Fortnite, I thought would be the nail in the coffin for the argument as to whether it should be used. Yeah, and I never see discussion of it anywhere.
Ready, set, go!
When it seems like obviously provable that it just improves the control. Can I get a vibe check on ska volume? Does it need to go down? Alright, that's 2. Let's go ahead and hit this with a minor nudge down.
Ready, set, go!
Oh shit.
Ready, set, go!
We'll try it like this. I care a lot about game audio, so I do habitually tune it pretty high. Sound designer and musician cares about game audio. If only there was a way to predict this.
Ready, set,
My revelation here was just to never hit the ramps. Oh yeah, on Ultra you probably just have enough speed to just take it straight across, right? Or like with a good chain on other vehicles.
ready, set, go!
Okay, so taking the ramps partially is pretty bad. I like how it just respawns you in front of the checkpoint if you die like that. Like, man, just keep moving. Alright, I'm buying this game. What should I do besides jumping balls and blind? Watch this tutorial. It's short and kind of cute. If you're going head over heels, over jumps or drops, brake before you take off. Helps you regain your grip, and if you have, if you don't have all 4 wheels on the ground, applying power will, like, do very funny things to your vehicle sometimes. So when the physics, like, fucking get you, treat it like a throttle control exercise rather than, like, the soft body fucking torture chamber. And you'll probably be fine. Yeah, I like that line. That's clean as hell. Yeah, like that. Yeah, if you're like a Trackmania person, this will be like right up your alley for sure. A bunch of people from Ring Racer's dev and testing swear by remapping this game to kart racer controls. I didn't. But I can totally see the appeal. Whoa. when the barriers fucking get you. Ooh, cool. Alright, we're reaching the engine kill threshold, and that might be it for this run, honestly. Just blowing through the whole garage like that. Come on, you can do it. Whee! Okay, this is... Yeah, I thought so. Wait. The respawn? Okay. Dang. Yeah, I guess most people just haven't done endurance this far up.
Ready, set, go!
What a fucking cool soundtrack, by the way. Like, I know we've been saying that all stream, but seriously, what a cool soundtrack. Wow, the fucking rumble motor in this thing is strong as hell. I completely forgot. I'm doing my annual reinstall New Genesis for some fucking reason, and like, I'm pretty convinced that it's more comfortable as a controller game, possibly unless you play a Ranger. I almost had the same opinion about the fucking Sword Art beta. And then I, like, picked Xion, and... Whoa, wait a minute. That felt like a controller stick that happened on this pad as well. I wonder if there's something I misunderstand about, like, the way the handling responds. Or whether there's, like, something wrong with my system. Ow. You'll get more speed if you release your mini turbo while drifting out. Aww. Makes sense. Ooh, that is some substantial speed, yeah. Yeah, it's got kind of a Monster Hunter flow, except, like... We got, like, those, multi-phase, like, run around and accomplish objectives before the boss fight quests. My review of that from what I played in the beta is that there is no chance they will make that game not feel like a rushed fucking mess by the time it launches. Like, that is a network test, not a, like, beta where you gather actionable feedback and then act on it. So that game is going to launch janky as hell. It genuinely does not feel finished. However, when I finish the quest, the game tells me that my number was bigger than the numbers of 16 other gamers. So it is impossible to say whether it is good or not. Ooh, yeah, there we go. Like, the game has a lot of, like... You've got a bunch of hold input moves, but they're completely unbuffered, and there's no, like, visual for starting the, like, charge or the hold. So, like, you try to switch to Machine Pistol and Xion, and it's like, I can't even tell if my keyboard is connected. This game is just one track. It is 8 normal tracks plus a couple of things in cheat codes. Nice. That's a pretty narrow margin. I wonder if I become the endurance terror for some people.
Ready, set, go!
Yeah, my impression of it was that it was very solidly fine. I have played way worse RPGs, but like, that is not a $60 game without like a roadmap, you know? Like, if money is in any way an object, that one might be a skip. There's just no way I braked for so long. How many times are even on endurance leaderboards? I've scored like 3rd place and been top 15% sometimes, so I assume they are quite quiet. And I'm at once a little bit disappointed, while also, like, kind of glad. Like, hey, more for me, right? I guess it's natural that, like, people who bought this game under the assumption that it was a time trial game, like, play more time trial than endurance. You know? If only there was a way to predict this outcome. Holy shit. You gotta rank 1 once. I gotta rank 1 a couple times. But, like, rank 1 doesn't tell me anything other than, like, other people were slow. Getting a rank 3 and receiving, like, the notification that that was a 15% finish gives me some indication of the size of the leaderboard. The handling model is just really fun. Please land stable. It's all about the fucking angle. I'm trying to guess when to, like, release a boost versus continue chaining. I think there are probably, like, especially in an endurance context, there are situations where you're never going to be able to chain an entire horse. So taking speed, like, in a burst rather than, like, the potential for future speed definitely counts for something. Like, I'm not releasing this. Are you fucking out of your mind? I'm too scared. Ooh, that's a good way to stay stable. You're in it to win it, I'm just in it to live it, is, like, the lyric ever. Needs to cut over the water hazard twice. Open air is so much less dangerous than wall. By, like, enormous, staggering comical amounts. Bull breaking for that one. I lost the chain because I fucking freaked out and tried to counter drift too early. That one's tough. I think I will always have something in my heart for games where, like, practice and play are the same thing. Where I don't need to context switch to indulge my need to improve. That's a lot of the appeal of, like, rhythm games for me. I released once, and it was scary. Afraid I have to diagnose your car with French. I understand. Is it terminal? Oh, shit. Oh, shit! Oh, fuck, no! Oh, that's funny as fuck. Woo! I am about 100% sure that boost chaining is uncapped top speed. There is no upper limit. That is entirely like how much do you want to ruin your own day. Oh no. Okay. Okay, so I can't, like, just decide to go fast at the end of that. That's not how it works. If you start braking, you keep braking until you launch. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Now the rhythm's all fucked up. Oh shit, I didn't realize I was already an engine staller. I would have tried to keep my speed. Woo. Dang, 4.05, I understand. Alright, so that's one score on all of the standard courses in Endurance. Look away from your screen if you don't want to be spoiled for cheat codes for any reason. I'll, like, give you a shout when I'm done. All right. We're done. So I'm not going to use the prototype car yet. All the secret cars have a leaderboard, but it's a shared leaderboard. But there are two, like, cheat code tracks that do have completely functional leaderboards with, like, developer times on them and everything. Very funny stuff. Yeah, the settings menu being, like, very straightforwardly an action replay or something makes me pretty happy.
Ready, set, go!
Both of the secret tracks were, like, prototype tracks from earlier versions. Another set of pretty tightly spaced checkpoints. The visual for losing your chain is like the black smoke that puffs out of your exhaust. Your boost timer is that exhaust going from like white to yellow to orange to red and then to black as an indicator of how much time you have left. So I think both of the prototype tracks, besides like the second one's like slightly sketchy signage in places, are like perfectly playable and fun, which is why I am bothering to set scores for them. Do you know for sure if reducing airtime is better than flat out? I'm not sure. I think it's just become a habit for me to brake at the top of gaps because I can't guarantee that, like, I'm not just going to fucking fly away. Like, if you start bobbling at all, it gets scary, you know? All me, baby! All me! Now I really, really want an overview mode for endurance. I think maybe the lack of that might be what is, like, keeping people from grinding. Because it's very easy to see, like, oh, I can push up my leaderboard performance on this course or that course very easily with the time trial overview. Oh shit. I don't know. Maybe I have to just have more boost. Ah, that's the one! That's the one I always misread because it's like steer into the pole, steer into the pole, steer into the pole, psych, steer away from the pole. Yeah, this is the map for the like Game Jam version of this, the one that I don't even think had fucking mini turbos. And it's like, woo! It's so wide by comparison to a lot of the other courses. Represents like a very different vision of what this game might have ended up being. It's like genuinely some of the layouts are so tight in places that this feels like more like a Trials game than a rally game, if that makes sense. Oh. Nice. But yeah, I've been having a lot of fun today. Game feels good, sounds good, looks good. And the core hook of, like, fucking asynchronous competition that is as frictionless as possible is something that I've always wanted to explore ever since discovering, like, Ghost Battle mode in Wing of Midnight. Ghost Battle, a trademark of fucking Bandai Namco Games. Namkai Bando Games. Namdai Bandai. Never played a Trials game, so I'm curious what makes you think that. I have played a Trials game and I'm extremely confused. Yeah, it's like it's a loose equivalence. I mean less like this is literally the way the area is designed and more of like attempting to navigate this at speed has the same feeling of like 100 fucking things are here to ruin my day. Yeah, like that. Why does my chat overlay keep doing that? What are people posting that is causing the word wrap to break? I have tried to fix that so many fucking times. Bang. Somebody's day was just ruined. Like, it should say something about how hard it is to wrangle fucking CSS sometimes, that I have been trying to fix, like, word wrap not activating for weeks, and I am no closer to where I started. Might be the clip link. Chat bounds fail. Yeah, that's a very fucking helpful post. Thank you. Thanks for your goddamn input. Dang, 5 seconds. We're still alive. But there's no way I keep my boost chain here. Come on, you can do it. I refuse to turn this into a debugging stream today. I'm probably just going to restart the overlay. But keep that clip link around, I guess.
Wow, really? Just me?
The leaderboard's set up correctly? There's no way I was the first person to think to do this. How strange. Alright. Fucking... Actually, let's do original learning lot first.
Ready, set, go!
Honestly, the entire reason I switched chat overlays was to make sure that I could support both like Twitch and YouTube. And my experience in the Crosscode LP has been, number one, I don't know that I should be playing Crosscode, and number two, that like the YouTube chat filter still causes so many goddamn issues. It's like confusing to me. And unlike Twitch, where I can like, whoa, I can at least like believe that things that are complained about enough will be fixed. YouTube is like, all feedback is thrown into a large hole. Literally nothing that anyone has ever like tried to provide feedback about that website for has ever actually been addressed. They just do what they want. What's funny about YouTube specifically is that I think I have like a latent audience of people who never really felt like unsubscribing from the Elsword days, but like don't actively engage with the things that I'm doing right now at all. So in that way, being on YouTube is a opportunity to like reach those people and kind of reconnect. But also like, you feel me? You know, Google keeps stuff cheap because they have no formal support team like other enterprise backend companies. Holy shit. That's... Ooh. There's no fucking way I'm the only... Is the leaderboard even working? God damn, dude. We are taking names in endurance right now.
Ready, set, go!
So if anybody wants a private leaderboard, just you and me. Okay, and outward drift as late as possible after a blue. Can get there. Ah, I lost it. I waited way too long. Oh yeah, while I'm here, I think we're targeting, like, around the general area of Thanksgiving for the move, which means that it's pretty likely that, like, Advent calendar plans are going to get, like, a little bit fucked up. It might end up being the sort of thing that happens in, like, early January, rather than, like, being completely consistent, because we're going to be moving into a place that is, like, probably not fully built when we get there. Wanted to give some people, like, the early warning on that a little bit. Escaping from Cox, definitely. and I'm personally quite excited for it, I would say. Ooh, no, fuck. God damn it. Oh, wait, post the clip link to see if it breaks chat. You know what? Go ahead and do that while you're here. Oh, was that right away? Why the fuck does it do that? I swear to God, I have every single CSS directive imaginable that says fucking, please break this line up. I don't care what you need to do. I said it wasn't going to be debugging right now. But, like, I won't lie. The temptation is there. It is definitely not trying to render the embed. That is outrageously impossible. The extent to which that is impossible is difficult to explain without technical knowledge. What if this new chat backend is using Flexbox or something that ignores word break declarations? Flex ignores word break declarations? The fuck? I thought if Flex Grow was 0, it would, like, respect them. Almost. GG's, that was me. All me. I think it's more like the container wants to grow before it actually wants to break the word. Okay, I know I said I wasn't going to do debugging right this second. However, the fucking image they have on here when I log into Streamlabs has like a smiling streamer, which I think is pretty unrealistic, TBH. Alright, can I just do like override CSS from fucking OBS? Do star word break. Let's look up MDN for this really quickly. Break all. Or... nah, break word is what I want. Break word important. Is it already shot? What the fuck do you think that you're doing? What are you doing? Okay. So, the only Chromium browser I have installed on my machine is Edge. Set later, shut up. Set never, you fucking fuck. What the fuck wrong with him? What the fuck? Alright. Why the fuck do I need to click a checkbox that says remember my decision to open DevTools in Edge? What the fuck kind of key smash is Arst Neo? It's the Colmac DH home row key smash. Sorry, I'm weird. I'm not actually that sorry, though. Alright, inspect. Styles. Okay, let's just pop this out. Let's do it like that. Alright, div, custom HTML, display block. Okay, so there's an iframe in here, probably the CSS from OBS is not catching like the lazy loaded iframe. So let's just put star word break word important in here. Okay, I guess it was that easy. Let's go get that clip link just to be sure. Copy current address. Copy the fucking link that I'm clicking. What the fuck is wrong with you? Done. Excellent. We win!
As it turns out, trying to figure out where the fuck the selector belongs is a lot harder than just fucking applying it to everything.
Big fucking winner. Don't mind the fact that I'm using fucking text shadow for that outline, by the way. I fucking hate it here and also everywhere. Found 0 times.
Ready, set,
How many people do you think bought this game if I was the first person to do fucking endurance on a secret map? Because my impression seems to have been that it was doing pretty well, alright? BF, how do you learn the cheats? That's true. Okay, something's going weird with my controller situation. I don't know, man. I think USB ports are the part of my PC that I trust the least. I guess we'll just wait for that to come back. I live. How we doing, Elite Gaming Warlords? You like my fucking ISP? If you would please consult the graph. $170 a month. 500 super clicky. No, fuck. That's the end of that, isn't it? You can do it! It's actually insane. Okay, that must have been a reset of the counter after, I'm looking at it like there's no way I dropped 50% frames by spiking for 1% of my stream. It must have reset the counter. I was so fucking confused for a second. It looks like things are stabilizing.
set, go!
Gee, I wonder why I feel like I play so much worse in Ring Racers when I'm not hosting the server. Could it be that my upload doesn't fucking work? There it goes again, by the way. I love that chord. This is fine. It's fine. It's fine. What have you ranted about so far in the time I was summoned to the ring race? I don't know when you were summoned. The fuck? I do quite like the car, though. Thank you very much. I think we're out of the part of the stream where I, like, shout about people shouting about video games. I keep wondering whether there is any, like, medium where people who call themselves fans are as disinterested in the way that the thing is made as video games. That's like the thought that keeps ping-ponging around in my brain for this stuff. We've had like 3-day outages with no warning, no explanation, and no compensation with Cox all the time. They are so incapable as an ISP that I would say that if you rely on the internet for your livelihood at all, you need to look at what ISPs are available in the area, and if it's only Cox that offers an upload above 1 megabit per second, move somewhere else. Hot dog fans, IDK, I'm tired. I would call myself largely disinterested in the way that hot dogs are made as well. Cannot blame them. Oh my fucking god. This game is an improv comedy act. I can't fucking believe that shit. Alright, well, we're in engine stall territory now, very comfortably. Yeah, I fucking hate video games, laser beam god. I love that image so much! It's wild because, like, a lot of the usual ways you, like, comedically shit on the capital G gamers is, like, picture the person who is not having fun, who is seething, screaming mad, and refuses to turn away from the thing that they're doing. But, like, is it a hot take to believe that that's a value-neutral depiction of a man? Right? Like, being emotionally invested in the thing that you're doing. Like, if your rage drives you to, like, shout at people or, like, destroy things, maybe fucking assess that impulse. But, I don't know, man. I think it's probably pretty fine for people to be invested in the outcomes of things that they spend considerable amounts of fucking mechanical and emotional energy on. I don't know. Seems kind of suspicious to me. I'm gonna input one more cheat because I kind of want to do one more run through the tracks. So, like, look away, I suppose. I'll give you another shout. Talking over the code entry so you don't know how long it is. Alright, you're good. So this little fucking guy really pleased with this. Oh shit, I actually have to do track unlocks in the secret mode. That's funny as fuck. This is the car from the tutorial, and I'll just, like... Since all the secret cars have the same leaderboard, my assessment is that this has a decent chance of being the best one, and has a very, very high chance of being the most interesting because its weight distribution is highly unusual. Yeah, it's the tutorial car. Just gotta show you how to input stuff. Ah! Oh, this adorable little fucking thing. The slight wobbling of the D-pad as you analog turn. It's got one exhaust. I would drive something like this for sure. This is like... This is to normal cars as my body is to normal humans. Where it's just like fucked up and shaped wrong for no reason. I want a fake arcade mode of this game so I can make a fake cabinet for it. I think a lot about a kiosk mode for ring racers. It's one of those fixations for me. Oh, I lost the chains. I'm not gonna get the ridiculous 14 lap run, I think. Like a walk up and play type thing with like no profiles or saves or like, and a lot of the fucking like menu systems ripped out, so it's just like you could leave it running with a couple of controllers plugged in at like a convention and have people just drop by, you know? Rank 3, top 75%. Hey, does anybody know how to do math? Can we quickly... Yup. It's the sort of thing that's difficult to support, but I also want to add force feedback effects to ring racers, and I don't even know how to program those. We have SDL force feedback code in it that is literally from Doom Legacy, so... Ballistic NG has a very fucking goofy, like, arcade mode switch that I think does almost nothing except, like, change the menu music and make the ship wireframe rotate faster. I will be right back. I do kind of want to just do a normal run-through of the game with this stupid little car. bugs and feedback channel in the Wallabird Discord. Just something I'd add for multiplayer. Multiplayer is great, but I think the time limit for after first place finishes is much too short. Perhaps after first place finishes a race, the timer could be longer, and players who have finished could spectate racers who are still playing, and then if all but one racers finish, the race ends. It'd be neat to see the timer as well. Scroll down a little bit. Make it like SRB2 Kart and Ring Racers. We're in some places. We're like here and there.
Ready, set, go!
Alright, so in order to actually do track unlocks on the secret cars, I have to do normal time trial mode, in addition to just like spamming endurance today. 30 FPS is a funny option, but like, can you imagine the fucking balls to the wall confidence it takes to launch a game where if you hit A on setup, it is 30 FPS locked, while you have the option to run unlocked? Fucking what? That shit is outrageous. So, how are we feeling about the input display? I think this is very cute.
Set, go!
I'm genuinely wondering if I can, like, now thinking about, like, designs for arcade racer vehicles that accommodate this type of thing, but are not blatantly just a fucking D-pad and a big-ass button. And yeah, the time trial mode has very, very short runs, which I think is, like, healthy for record chasers to an extent. But it also strikes me as, like, missing a little bit of the arc that I want out of my engagement with the layout. You see the way this thing just fucking bounces around like a pudding? It's quite bouncy, but like, you see that stability if I choose not to brake up the ramps? Like, if you're going sideways and upward, the like shorter wheelbase seems to make it substantially more stable.
Ready, set, go!
I keep thinking about Ghost Battle, man. It bugs me that the only way to play anything that is like Winged Midnight Ghost Battle is either like paying through the nose at like a limited number of physical locations where you can like legally play the game, or like redacted, Twitch cops, please don't kill me. Because it is an addictive format. And like, this game has pretty solidly proven to me that you don't even need to the part where like the game needs to handle collision and stuff, where like you're dueling with the ghost and you knock it in such a way that you cause it to diverge from its line, and you need to figure out what happens to that now. Did I keep it? I think I did. That's hot. Oh yeah, start boost is on set. Just accelerate on set and you're good to go. To be perfectly honest, I'm not entirely sure what that's doing in the game other than like maybe the people expected it to be there, but I certainly didn't.
Ready, set, go!
I think it's the sort of thing that you can like discover for yourself fairly quickly as soon as you encounter a ghost that uses it. So it doesn't like bug me that it's there, but it did surprise me. It's a slidey little guy. Look at that. Shit. I was thinking the ghosts were using a hot lap time. Ah, I gotcha. That does make some sense. But nah, the ghost recordings are done under the same conditions that yours are. Which is why I imagine, like, choosing to do anything to update the physics or layouts in this game is, like, a logistical fucking nightmare. And, like, we've definitely been there with staff ghosts. Where basically we've only been able to make changes to ring racers that make the player faster, because otherwise the staff ghost time would be, like, unfair. And we need to put in, like, compatibility layers to make sure that when staff ghosts are played back, they use, like, the old physics where it's possible.
Ready, set, go!
Bursting gas on goes, a fun no-brainer. Hydro Thunder / H2 Overdrive is something else that I didn't expect. Yeah, learning that fucking Hydro Thunder had, like, a completely fucking undiscoverable secret start is, like, midway. That era of arcade game design where, like, the things that are required to compete are, like, not explained to you anywhere. I will admit to a fondness for it. I've grown very attached to games that are, like, willing to impose a lot of friction on the player, because I think it creates a really fascinating relationship. But, like, I think how much is it your responsibility to teach the player to play your game is an open question where, oh my god, can it drive? It can drive under the barriers. This is an adorable little bean of a vehicle. This is great. Help! Help! Fine. Yeah, I genuinely think that the D-pad car might be, like, competitively advantaged in, like, a hypothetical universe where cars of different classes were ever actually, like, ranked against each other. It seems strong to me. Oh, huh. Wait a minute. This is on Minnesota Mega Mall. It does submit your times first run. Okay. Just making sure. That 2 shitty boosting tutorial got me thinking what's a good balance between teaching people mechanics versus fucking around and finding out. It's tough because if people don't know the mechanics, then you can't challenge them, like, obviously, right? So, like, the basic checks for, like, are we able to communicate with the player in a way that makes, like, challenge feel reasonable and comprehensible, if that is your goal. Like all things in game design, I think it all depends on, like, the type of thing that you are looking to cultivate in people who play your game. Oh my god, that's fucking rough. I have been watching a friend have a very fascinating time with Tunic, which is a game that is, to an extent, quite anti-handholdy, to the extent that the in-game manual, you are, like, finding pieces of it as you go, and most of it is in a language that humans don't speak. There's an expectation that the player do a good amount of their own work when it comes to that sort of thing. Do I still have noise suppression on? Does my voice sound weird at all? Because I just realized that my fucking controller was rumbling like crazy, and that it should have been audible on the mic, but wasn't. I think, broadly speaking, what people expect is to, like, pick up a game and know what it is about. What sort of things you will be doing when you play it. Because I think all of the deepest player indignation, in my experience, seems to come from, like, the moment where your expectations are violated and you have to do mental work to recontextualize things.
Ready, set, go!
But then obviously, like, for a topical example, you have your Void Strangers, where, like, large portions of the game are figuring out what the fuck I could do that the entire time. And those are framed as, like, empowering and illuminating moments, rather than what the fuck, how was I supposed to know that, ideally. Illegible mistakes are the sort of thing that I think about a lot. Where, like, I hate to go back to this again, but it feels very fucking topical, right? Where, like, people on the release of Ring Racers were very confidently saying that fucking normal difficulty bots were tuned to be impossible. That they could not possibly ever be human consistent. And that there was no fair competition possible when, like, engaging them. And we all just look at, like, our boards of fucking full first try S-rank GPs that we get, like, every couple of weeks because we have to clear save data for, like, testing save migrations and stuff. And it's like, so you are provably wrong. But, like, it's reasonable to be provably wrong here. That is, like, we can reasonably expect a player to be provably wrong about this. If they don't, like, if they habitually make the kinds of mistakes that do not directly give you feedback that is, this is a mistake and we are applying punishment. Rumia spoiled something for me. That kind of blows. I do need to get back to Void Stranger because I feel like the feeling is that the spoiler statute of limitations has, like, kind of run out for that. And I did something kind of bad for myself by attempting to stream that game, I think. because it's the sort of thing that I would have made a lot of progress on my own time if it had been something that I could, like, play in, like, 20 to 45-minute chunks when I felt motivated to make some progress on some puzzles. But that doesn't really lend itself well to, like, an LP format. It's like, a lot of the reason that I put work into things like fucking Void Stranger and Crosscode on stream is because I do have some insecurities of, like... I mean, like, not to get political, but what the fuck is the Gifted program? Like, squaring the idea that I am, like, capable of reasoning and solving problems with the types of friction that I experience that are very obviously outside of designer intent and the result of, like, missed communication when I try to play puzzle games.
Ready, set, go!
Oh, this was meant to be, endurance, and I guess wasn't. But I guess now I'm just gonna crush my old time, hopefully. Yeah, so you can see people are using different secret cars here, which is pretty funny. Hey, wait a minute, that's the dev! Wow! Tied with the dev, that's funny as fuck. That must be because timing is only assessed at, like, frame boundaries or something. That's funny as shit. That's really cool to have the fucking dev times on there. That's kind of what I wanted to, like, do with Staff Ghosts. It's frustrating that we got, like, time attack tuning wrong in some pretty major ways. But I think for a lot of people, hopefully, there's still that feeling in Ring Racers of, like, watching a Staff Ghost and going, what the fuck, this is possible. I think Volt's time on Robotnik Coaster probably exposed people to a lot of things. Like, imagine somebody balling out that technically hard on, like, Mario Circuit, you know? Like, can you even fucking comprehend it?
Set, go!
Oh, shit. Okay, well, actually, I already have a time on this. So I can roll back here and start setting endurances now for secret category.
Ready, set, go!
Yeah, I'm, like, really interested in where Void Stranger goes mechanically and thematically. But at the same time, like, as much as I would like to share it with people who aren't likely to put in the mental work required to, like, make progress on a puzzle game, like, the thing that I hoped mostly happened with that were people who were interested in the game filtered themselves out of those streams. And, like, while I don't generally, subscribe to the idea that streaming a game is taking money out of the developer's mouth, it is something that I occasionally think about. Especially given that Essie has been quite kind to me personally. But the thing that I hope to happen, which is that mostly I think the people who are in those streams are people who have played the game before, looking for a little bit of, like, catharsis or continuation of their playthrough by watching someone rediscover the, like, solutions and secrets in sort of the same way that they did, or maybe a very different way, who knows. And people who were never part of the target audience for a Sokoban game, who, like, want to experience something of the game's, like, thematic and progression elements without, like, actively engaging with it. And, like, goddamn, is Void Stranger an easier game to watch than to play. Woo, that was a sick flip. But here's the thing, right? I am also outside of the target audience for a Sokoban game. I bought Void Stranger because it was system erasure, not because I like block pushers. Because I expected the block pusher to, like, have an approach to, like, theming and mystery and mechanical intrigue. Because I wanted to see what the fuck it was all about, you know? So I get to be a big fucking dumbass who doesn't understand anything. Yeah, I think I might just like endurance more than, like, time trial for this game, but I guess that kind of depends on whether or not flips over like a fucking knee press. I guess that kind of depends on whether competition materializes, because obviously a lot of appeal of this type of stuff is, like, continuing to push myself, and I think, like, a reference point to push against to, like, show me what is possible has always helped me stay motivated. Electronic Rush, indeed. What the fuck was Distance? I still feel like I have absolutely no clue what that game was asking of me or expected of me. It's like, I went back to Stranger of Paradise because I believe I played it so foundationally wrong that I needed to, like, correct my fucking mistakes. And it turns out, like, yeah, I just wasn't very good at that style of action game. And with a better understanding of how the defensive systems feed into each other, and, like, less of the MMO brain rot mindset when it comes to, like, all opportunities for damage must be exploited, running around and doing nothing while locked on and circle strafing is lame. I'm having a much easier time with it. Unsurprisingly, right? But puzzle games, man.
Set. Go.
The thing about encountering friction in a puzzle game is that, like, there are two different types of unsolved puzzle. One is, like, I understand the rules and need to put them together into a solution. I understand the constraints and the desired end state and just need to, like, do the logical work. And the other is, this is provably impossible because I haven't noticed something. And, like, I won't lie, I get worse at observing things while on stream. Every streamer does. It's, like, an unavoidable mindset thing. But not that much worse. I just, like, I do have a habit of, like, missing design cues or help text or, like, environmental hinting that makes a lot of types of games, like, difficult for me to play. I have navigation issues, I'm a little bit sensory weird. If the FOV is too low, I throw up. And it's like, we can place a moral value on your ability to notice things in a puzzle game, and doing it in that way is consistent with how we treat intelligence in the rest of fucking society. That is to say, perhaps a bit too broadly and a bit too focused on, like, the moral judgments associated with it. But, like, as the person who's receiving that judgment, it doesn't help me. Like, that's something that I've seen talked about before, like, whether we societally treat something as, like, a disease versus a vice is whether we believe that shame or care is more effective in, like, helping people to get through it. But, like, What happens when there's no possible development? When the available development is just like, think very hard about things slowly over time.
Ready, set, go!
The funny part, of course, is that shame is never actually more helpful. I don't know that I'd be comfortable in speaking about it in a complete absolute like that, but in the broad strokes, I think I agree. I think that we get it wrong in terms of, like, treating things with shame rather than care substantially more often than the reverse. And I say I wouldn't speak about it as an absolute like that, but also, like, off the top of my head, I have no counterexample. So it's just, like, general fear of overly broad principles of reasoning rather than, like, an object-level disagreement. I don't lay my cards on the table when I come to that, because I know that, like, the way that we talk about that sort of thing runs pretty close to a lot of people's lives. I don't know, man. Have you just, like, tried not being poor? I think it's pretty fucking embarrassing that you don't have any money, TBH. And, like, we recognize that as intuitively ridiculous in the form of just get a house forehead. But, like, societally, we still do it, though. So yeah, I kind of pridefully don't want to drop experiences like Crosscode or Void Stranger, either like because I don't want to play them at all, or because I don't want to play them in like a public setting where I feel like kind of fucking judged and pressured. And largely speaking, people are pretty good about that. It's just like I vividly understand the exasperation when it looks like someone is like, how can you possibly not notice that thing? Where it's like, it becomes prohibitively difficult to imagine that like someone is applying their entire brain to a problem and not just like having a different experience of perception than you are. For 30 minutes now, I'm trying to grind one course has me focused in a way I feel weird about. You lock in really easily in this game, I feel. They make it easy. There's a little bit of downtime at the start of a run, but if you look close at the corner, you can see that it's downloading the rival ghosts every time. So I can't even blame that as like a design thing. It's like, it's a little bit more implementation level. The thing about those two categories of puzzle state, fucking work out the solution versus like this is impossible, is that you don't know which kind that you're in, ever. Unless you can logically deduce completely that like the puzzle that you're being presented with is impossible, and then resolve that with the fact that like there is a game beyond that point, you never know whether you should be trying to work something out or whether you should be trying to notice something. And for that matter, what the fuck does trying to notice something even mean? Where, like, the perceptual barriers that we put up that filter certain things out of our brains or our fields of view are not things that we usually get to directly interact with. About becoming the nudicer. It's true. Oh no. Dang. Somebody's gotta set the standard, right? I will become the D-pad endurance champion.
Ready, set, go!
The way that a lot of games do hot laps has always bothered me, where like Wipeout in particular feels fucking egregious, since you need to finish the previous lap at speed to be like relevantly considered for like a good hot lap time on your next lap, which means there's a good amount of time that's spent doing setups. And those types of thoughts naturally lead me to, like, obviously, I want to do some adjustments to Ring Racer's time attack. And the question is, like, what kinds of adjustments exactly? Because clearly time attack can appeal to me. Fucking, you're looking at it. But is that appeal the core appeal for, like, people who are searching for a TA experience in a kart racer? If I target that, do I leave people who expect to be part of the target audience out in the cold? How do we feel about the amount of time that it takes to do position setups, and whether that's interesting gameplay? Fucking, how do we feel about stat diversity? Which is pretty obviously, like, objectively broken right now, but what does it look like in a game that does it perfectly, and how close can we get there? I'm noticing. That's very interesting. I'm, not sure what to make of that exactly. I kind of like that blue here. Ooh, wait. That route's fun. Oh, I missed two MTs there. Oops. Whoa. Yeah, sometimes... I actually think what's happening with this controller is that I can, like... I think I feel inputs physically sticking on this controller, but I can't tell. The thing about stat distribution in Ring Racer is that a number of aspects of the stats are specifically relevant to racing against other racers now, like other related stuff, for example. Exactly! Which is why ring boxes in Time Attack follow different rules than the rest of the game. They have a payout system that is intended to somewhat compensate for the stat disparities, because, like, one of the design weaknesses of high weight is that they have bad item avoidance, which doesn't matter. One of the design strengths of, like, high excel characters is they have, like, very good tethering, which doesn't fucking matter. Like, you think about a character with high acceleration, they, like, it's easier for them to recover from mistakes, but in a time attack setting, when you make a mistake, you just reset, so that's a strength that is, like, nullified or less relevant. And so we tried to, like, give them a purely numerical thing to help them keep pace that still functioned in a mechanically unique way. And the numbers were wrong, or rather, it became too straightforward to warp the numbers in such a way that, like, aspects of the handling and boost model that are, like, by design uncapped reached values that are not normal, that were not reachable in testing. And to be clear, like, while recording Staff Ghosts, we reached them. We figured it out. But also, we did so while recording Staff Ghosts, while a number of the testers had already put quite some time into recording their runs. So we just went, alright, fuck it, this is what the balance is gonna be, and... well, it's what happened.
Ready, set, go!
I grinded for a really long time trying to set number 1 on Test Track with Heavy Magician because I thought that would be a hilarious joke. And then Trail came along and crushed it with a numerically better character easily, and I went, can we please delete Trail's ghosts from the game? And I was only half joking. So, like, the ideal that I foresee for that type of stuff is, like... I mean, I envy games like this, where you don't have to fucking balance anything against anything else. You just fucking play the game with, like, a completely set amount of, like, capabilities that everyone shares. There's no lateral choice or anything like that. And obviously that's fairly straightforward to balance because there's no balancing to be done. Or at least not of that kind. But that's not what we want in Ring Racers, obviously. So, to me, I feel that the best ideal we can strive towards is, like... we cannot do a situation where every character is capable of world record times. That is massively underestimating the capabilities of people who are invested in Time Attack. It would be, like, rude to assume that is possible. But a related thing we can do that I think is possible but hard is to make sure that everyone can set world record times somewhere. That differences in the way that courses are laid out can end up being the determining factor on what stats you bring, and that the differences will be tuned well enough and sensitive enough that, like, as many stat combinations as possible are seen as being in reasonable contention on at least one course. Because my dream for that is, like, hey, if somebody's going to be, like, a master of, like, as many Time Attack courses as possible, like, the thing that we want instinctually is for them to be a fucking polymath, right? Oh my god, there's just no fucking way. It's another tricky thing too. I wasn't actually going to go into this until Sudin posted about, like, hey, maybe it's not good that not everything is viable. Because, like, at least some portion of the way that we balance fucking Endling type characters is that they are easier to play. And games of all kinds experience this problem where it's like, if anything is intended to be a more forgiving or more approachable option, the immediate question you have to grapple with is this required to be worse at a high level for the sake of leaving, like, less approachable, less friendly, more punishing expert options in? Oh my god, can I get there? I don't know if this one's the run. Only got one more.
So I think right now, though, the way that it's set up is basically like, hey, do you reach combinatorial fucked up speed because of tightly spaced ring boxes in Gear 3, or do you not?
That's, like, the question.
Yeah, like, I don't think anybody, as a designer, like, you can strive for balance at high levels, but, like, it is an underestimation of your most devoted players to believe that they can't find the correct choice for a narrow situation.
You want to give people a lot of different types of play ecosystem so that everything can have a chance to shine somewhere. But, like, I expect that eventually, like, given the popular Ring Racers tourney rule sets that are floating around, people, like, the discussion will center around, like, one or two dominant strategies when it comes to, like, character selection. And, like, there is an extent to which that does not represent a failure of design, but simply, like, a motivation to reach every reachable limit. It's like when I was tuning Haste in fucking SRB2 Kart, I knew that I wasn't allowed to change the status quo in the way that it was implemented. Like, if I made Excel types stronger than any existing, like, dominant stat block in the game, people were gonna complain, and it was gonna hurt the adoption of the thing that I was trying to use to improve, like, larger net game balance. And so I was kind of forced to approach it under the idea of, like, even if the things that I have access to do not, like, have the ability to make Excel types as good as speed types, what I can do is make them feel like they are good at something that speed types aren't. The idea that if they feel unique, people will consider them worth playing even if they are worse. Every track has an obviously perfect build, and the obviously perfect build is different every track. So how does that come down to? Is it just like, I imagine in a lot of cases it would just be mini turbo breakpoints, right? Like, what is the lowest amount of charge and handling I can run to hit this specific spark breakpoint on the turns that are available to me, and then, like, stack the rest with top speed? Ooh, I'm flipping like crazy today. You know what, we're just gonna keep going. We're setting baseline scores today. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Yeah, I can feel my right trigger sticking, and I have no idea why, because I barely use this pad. Maybe it's time for me to invest in a new Chinese wired input device. It's that, but it's also a result of hidden stats that change how fast you go on certain terrains. Oh, yeah. The fucking hidden stats for, like, fucking traction on anti-grav, etc., etc. How do we feel about hidden stats? Kind of a secret fixation of mine is the idea of making an action RPG with no displayed statistics anywhere. And I think the fun of doing this is ruined basically as soon as people, like, find testing methodology or, like, IDA Pro. It's like, how do you convince people to go for their power fantasy in a role-playing game rather than, like, doing things in a way that is beholden to their idea of how the systems work? It's like, hey, what if we gave them no information on the systems? That would be great, right? And, like, probably not, but maybe.
Ready, set, go!
Like, no damage numbers, no formulas. Fucking nobody knows when or why you level up or what it does. You want to make every vehicle handle uniquely, but displaying everything at once is going to be a little fugly a lot of the time. I think so. I'm like, it feels very un-Mario Kart to have something like an advanced statistics page, where like the clear intent is that you're not really meant to think about it that hard. And I mean, Ring Racer's is guilty of this too. We have a bunch of like derived statistics that are never explained to the player in-game. Fucking, what determines your tether properties? Fuck if I know, man. But do you know you made them? Okay, so I didn't do the tether formulas. I wrote the tether formulas in the manual because I did a lot of work on the manual. You can do it, little Panini. I'm just holding the accelerator. I'm not doing anything else. Is it exactly balanced right now? Alright, I think it might be over.
Ready, set, go!
Nope.
Ready, set, go!
But it's like, if you're gonna have hidden stats, part of me wants to say hide all the stats. You know? Like, don't give people a false and incomplete sense of understanding, just give them no understanding. You can see that I'm, like, driving pretty relaxed here, honestly. That kind of matches the way I approach a lot of racing games, where, like, unless a situation on my screen is actively directly pressing me, I'm kind of just more interested in, like, having a fun time feeling the handling model than most things. And squaring that with, like, my desire to compete and, like, understand things greatly has been, like, an interesting thing for me to resolve personally. Are you relaxing your body or unintentionally tensing it up? Do I look like I'm doing weird stuff on the camera right now? Oh, shit. I feel very slow. I definitely feel like I have a bad habit of going, like, kind of death grip on the controller or the keyboard sometimes, because, like, you got those muscle fibers tensed and ready to go. Faster response, more consistency. Get funny mouth or face movements while locked in. For a long time, I thought a lot of that shit was just performative. Like, it took me a weird amount of time in my adult life to realize that a lot of that was involuntary for some people. Like, Frey, why are you muttering to your computer? Oh. Really? Huh. That's strange. Love you. How long have you been home? You know I didn't mean anything bad, right? I'm horribly embarrassed. Which means you're using your entire brain. What if we used 100% of our brains? Picture of me, like, stair-shaking down the ending of Rooftops. dude. Ah, damn it. Yeah, some very strange controller behavior today, but I guess we'll get there. I think my, like, the trait that I have that confuses me the most is that when I make anything, I will, like, play it back to myself 100 times immediately after making it. Like that, can I get 18,000 ribbon badge video? Must have watched that 50 times. The audio stim goes crazy. Ah, so consistently wrong on that because I'm getting airtime as I go up. Me obsessively playtesting my own game. The assertion that developers don't play their own games is some of the wildest fucking shit I have ever seen in my entire life. Developers cannot stop playing their own games. Like, I think this is a cruel thing to say superficially, but I mean it without, like, necessarily a moral judgment. I think some people may not necessarily know how to observe themselves having fun. This is my private theory for all of the games, that the elevator pitch is like X game from my childhood, but with Y game I played recently. And then you play them, and they have none of the positive traits of either experience. Is that, oh, you just, like, weren't that good at, like, observing your own mental state while creating this and playing it, or while playing the things that it was inspired by. That checkpoint giving you 12. Oh shit, it's over. It's over. Like, I probably have about fucking, at any given time I can check my Ring Racer's dev profile, and I have like 400 hours in the game, and we clear our profiles all the time. Oh. Okay. Granted, a lot of that time in Ring Racers is spent testing mechanical interactions. I have, like, a shortcut in my dev folder that opens the game straight to test run in a window ready to connect to other instances.
Ready, set, go!
Signed up for a game jam recently and I have no ideas. You mean no ideas that are achievable on a game jam scale, or like no ideas, period? I'll find at least one typo every reread. Whoa! That was definitely wrong though, right? Jesus.
Ready, set, go!
Are both of these controllers fucked up? Is this cable bad? Progressively less plausible explanations? Yeah, I do reread a lot of my writing as well, just like as I work on the like latest advent calendar write-up, I'll just catch myself like, dude, what are you? You're not real. Oh, you're presenting as a control. You're presenting as a fucking keyboard right now. What the fuck? Did my camera freeze? Huh? Is my stream still updating? Did the fucking preview just freeze, or...? This is strange. It looks like it's updating here. You're still live in here. Okay, let me look at the pop-out. Okay, so my preview is just gone. And it looks like I'm just... forever. So I can't tell whether you guys can see the fucked up controller that I have down here. Let's... about profiles. Console. How to select the active profile. Hold the home button and hit the D-pad. Okay.
Ready, set, go!
I totally missed the start.
Ready, set, go!
You can tell if you hit it by, like, whether or not your fucking boost flames start immediately, by the way. Ooh, this stick response is very different. FPS mode should also add fake loading screens. Jesus Christ. This stick has a really, really long throw. It is super fucking uncomfortable right now. Because the base of it is also, like, pretty narrow. Or the cap of it, rather. So I feel like it's gonna fly out from under my hand. Very strange. I wonder why my OBS window just fucking gave up and shadow roamed itself. Lots of small bumps must not be the D-pad's forte, honestly. Ooh, that's hot, though. Feeling that bobbling and staying in control. I don't know if I would ever give that up to make the game more consistent. Even if it means that, like, I get flipped like a panini press again. Love the camera, by the way. Alright, we set aside a third controller. What's in the bucket? What is in the controller bucket presently? The Alpaca felt fine, it's just that I don't actually like the stick on it. I think it's like a very gyro-focused controller. Alright, shitty little fucking thing, you're up next. You don't even have a D-pad, you don't know what you are. Back when I saw you play Red Hot 2, I thought you played wireless. Usually I do. However, as my 8-bit DOS kept, like, shitting itself violently, I took the wireless out of consideration to make sure that I was troubleshooting only one thing at a time. It's so bouncy. It's adorable. I kind of love this fucking piece of shit. Atlas Gamer stream. Yeah. What? I do like the Steam controller. But, like, I would like it a lot more if instead of the fucking worthless left trackpad, it had a goddamn directional pad. I want a Steam controller too. Fuck you, Scuff. I really like my Steam Deck's layout. It's true. What I want is a controller with, like, no rubber on it anywhere, matte plastic whole way through. I want at least 2 back buttons, preferably only 2 and as wide as possible, but I will begrudgingly accept 4. I want Hall Effect sticks and triggers. I want buttons that don't feel like they're gonna wear themselves out when I try to play a kart racer. Because I fucking developed one. Whoops. And that's kind of it. New rank to top 70%. What the fuck? Okay, numbers are hard, I guess.
Ready, set,
But yeah, I don't dislike the Steam controller. I am not in love with the way it operates for games that are outside of Steam, for sure. Oh my god, help. But it's like, I like the physical dual stage triggers, and I like that they're nice and wide. I like the back paddles. The grip buttons are like super nice. Nice and wide and sturdy, but never pressed by accident. And then the other aspects of the layout, besides the lack of a D-pad, are largely just things that I don't mind. Controllers are weird, man. Does anybody else have the feeling that controllers used to be a solved problem and are not anymore? Is that like a ridiculous ahistoric belief? Like, were we just dumb kids and didn't know? I got a fucking PS2 pad. With clear plastic and fucking triggers that existed comfortably on the back, like a fucking back paddle layout, and it was sized perfectly for my tiny misshapen hands, and then my cat ate the cord. Why the fuck did she do that? It cannot have been tasty. There was just no reason. Oh, shit. Whoa, okay. IDK if that's just hand big syndrome. Ah, true. Have you picked up an NES controller recently? Fair enough, yeah. I have been looking into 6 face button pads. And the fact that there is, like, absolutely no standardized layout for them, despite the fact that SDL expects them to be laid out in a particular way, is very fucking funny. They're not even consistent between product lines from the same company. Retrobit has different layouts for all of its pads, and based on whether they're in D-input or X-input mode. Duke has 6 face buttons. Yeah, the fucking Vader Pro has 6 face buttons in the same configuration, the fucking black and white buttons that are super low on the right grip. I'm using a DualShock 2 as my main controller recently, and it's kinda cooking. I do wonder. Alright, so I got a score for everything on every class of car. Or at least every unique leaderboard. I don't know that I believe that the D-pad is the best secret car. But, it's my favorite, so I'll use it until someone tells me otherwise. Now I'm curious if I can get, like, 1 or 2 online races in and see if I am, like, completely fucking washed or not. Also, holy shit, the chromatic aberration is way stronger than I thought it was. Look at the fucking numbers on the right of the standings. I had chromatic aberration on high, and I just didn't realize it until now. Because I just kind of like the blended look. I don't know. I have a shitty Retrobit Genesis controller that is actually a Saturn controller that's shaped like a Genesis controller, and it works fine for 6-button pad games. But what are C and Z actually mapped to? Is it right bumper, right trigger? Is it right trigger, right bumper? Is it left bumper, right bumper? Does the controller itself have bumpers? Are they on a unique mapping? What if you're the Hori Fighting Commander series and the fucking left bumper and left trigger are bound to L3 and R3? Fuck, 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 fuck. Fuck. Controllers are the fucking worst, man. Gee, I wish we had middleware for this sort of thing that could handle these problems automatically in a platform-agnostic way that was reported back to the source game as a simple set of instructions. Oh well. I guess it will forever remain a far-off pipe dream. Wait, what do you mean that the digital marketplace I fucking hate did this? One more minute, please. I don't want to, like, just drop out. They have been waiting for a bit. Oh hey, I played some with Tank the other day. O/ is peak internet greeting. On the other hand, if you lead with Meowdy, I should be legally permitted to shoot you in the street. Just... That's my cross to bear. 07's pretty good too. You don't actually Meowdy people, do you, Orange Star? What the buck is up, every pony is like an AoE taunt that has a 5-minute cooldown. Just nonsense. Saying 07 out loud is the funniest fucking shit. Like, sounding out Lamau is already, like, layered meanings.
Ready, set, go!
shit. Wow, I followed them and they just went the fucking wrong way. That's funny as hell. Alright, this lobby doesn't have catch-up turned on, so it's possible that I could just fly away. But because of the type of game that this is, I can make a, like, horrific mistake at any time. Think about how ska is just fast reggae. Yeah, I guess so. Can you pass the blunt? It's a little tricky to read the mini-map, but I think I might be gone. I think I might have just gone away. My feelings on fucking Traffic, by the way, are like realizing that my like #1 wish list for Outrun 2006 Tweaks is for it to get Traffic in multiplayer. I don't even care if it doesn't sync well. It would just be more fun. Is it insane to feel like I might have more input lag on the Steam controller than the other controllers I was testing? I don't know shit about fucking controller polling rate or anything like that. And like, anytime anybody tries to quote any numbers or statistics, I just realize that I don't trust anyone in the gaming hardware space at all. A collision between players would summon a demon. The Game Jam version of the game had a fake PvP button that just spawned a couple of cars to follow you. And I know that the dev has said, like, one of their, like, stretch goal type, wouldn't it be nice eventually things, and I'm not sure, like, how seriously they're tackling it, but they might be, is, local multiplayer with collision on, like split screen, and that would be absolutely peak. Like, look at that. Imagine that, but like there are 3 other cars behind me. I want to fucking have one tire graze another player and send them to the fucking back rooms. Whew. Not a bad performance, I think. I'm super warmed up, though. You lap someone and you just send them to hell for no reason. Completely unmotivated murder. I love the little picture-in-picture replay, too. I don't want to one-and-done people, so I'll stick around for like 1 or 2 more, probably. Yeah, I've been having a surprising amount of fun with a game that has like literally 0 interaction in multiplayer. I think there might be, like, synced physics objects, and that's it. Just because, like, the pressure of, like, this run matters, you can't just reset it, is kind of what I'm looking for. I want to feel the pressure. I also came across somebody who was fucking producing Rally House in 2024. And, like, had to tag it fucking bunkhouse in order for SEO to work. So I'm like, hey man, maybe it's time for me to get back into those rally games. Oh shit, I didn't start boost. Alright, so I'm behind, but will it stay that way? Alright, we lost one, we lost two. Alright, this is what I need. This is drama. This is stakes. This is tension. Because losing my chain on this section feels quite bad, but also, like, the wall could eat people up there at any moment. It's 3 laps on Liberty. There's plenty of time for the status quo to change. I love the affine texture mapping on that particular section of floor. Makes it look like a fucking conveyor stage from Kenshi's Sacred Fist. Ultra is so goddamn fast, too. Can you fucking believe how fast it is? Very carefully braking, only to, like, pratfall goof-ass roll anyway. First place is a couple turns ahead. Oh no, dude, come on. The ultra physics are like probably my weakest class, which is like unsurprising because they're just the fucking hardest. I wonder what the chromatic aberration does to the stream quality. No! Dude, it's tough. Making up that distance is going to be challenging. Oh, well that guy just fucking disappeared. He didn't break. Holy shit, wait, it's the guy. Or is it? It is! Or it's not? Oh. Okay, it feels more like striking distance now, having actually seen them, but it will still be a fight. I think I have a chain that they don't. Ooh, that's kind of cute, clipping into the checkpoint and then, like, not going around. No, this poor bastard. Come on, stay in control. Holy shit, there they are. We're pushing. We're pushing. Oh shit, I must have braked way too much. Ah, that was a really fucking fun ending.
It's... I fucking feel that with, like, in a game that has objectively no player interaction other than I am on your screen, you may need to race faster to avoid me. I think about that kind of pressure and I'm like, fuck, why aren't more racing games trying to encourage, like, the battle race dynamic? I will play one more. Yeah, the text is a little... Yeah.
I want to give Tank the best of 3 here. I see, that's why. The chromatic aberration is like really strong towards the edges of the screen, but like fine in the center. What a cool game, man. Having a very good time with this, I would say. Oh shit, here we go.
Ready, set.
Oh yeah, I missed the start boost on that last race. And like, that's my fault, sure, but like... I was at a major disadvantage. That inside line was kind of scary. Ooh. Losing my chain there hurts a little bit, but... Oh shit, I stayed on. I stayed on, no shit. I'm still chaining, there's just no fucking way. It feels so thoroughly earned when you, like, keep a long chain going in this game and you do all of the work required to keep all 4 wheels facing the correct direction. I feel like this feeling would be diminished if the game was any more predictable. Oh shit. I made the executive decision to just like restart from checkpoint right away, but that was maybe like the most costly place to do it. Like, maybe I should have just held on. What the fuck? I don't know what that was all about. They were turned around, but I'm still, like, super behind, though. Huh. How strange. Dang, that was the most fucking brutal spot to mess up in the entire course. I think I probably should have stayed and just tried to straighten out. That's, like, on me. But that's rough. But yeah, game was fucking fun. It's weird. There is a high gravity code that makes you a lot less volatile and bouncy in a lot of ways. And we've tried playing with it, and like definitely the game is more predictable in a way that does have an appeal, but I also really do viscerally feel like something is lost, you know? Like, I don't know, man. Sometimes, oh, that's cool. That's a cute demo. That's a very cute demo. But yeah, Parking Garage Rally Circuit. If I have sold this game to anyone here, good. I still can't see my OBS preview, so I have no idea whether hitting this button is going to do anything. But, best of luck to you all. I'm sorry I only stream once every 8 quadrillion years. Programming is really time-consuming. And, be well. If anybody has recommendations for fucking controllers, drop me a line, man. Listening. Be well. Have a good night.